Chapter 167. This 10,000 ghost seal is indeed extraordinary, far more powerful than I imagined. With the help of the two maids, Su Yen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 10,000 ghost seal, he frowned, but he did not relax like the two maids. Su Yen had come all this way, although he was not old, but it could be said that he had experienced hundreds of battles. At such a critical juncture, how could Su Yen be in a daze like the two maids? Although the 10,000 ghost seal was powerful enough and had many changes, no one knew what kind of changes it would undergo next time. But Su Yen knew that no matter what, sitting still and waiting for death would always lead to death. No matter how strong the opponent was, no matter how strong the formation was, as long as he fought to the end, there was still a glimmer of hope. 10,000 Ghost Whale. Su Yen looked at the black fog that was constantly entangling the lonely souls, and with a shout, the ghost howl sword in his hand slashed out horizontally at the same time, using the sword technique to complement the ghost howl sword. This sword technique was not very powerful, but because it was a sword technique that complemented the ghost howl sword. Now that it was unleashed by Su Yen, its power was naturally astonishing. At the moment when the sword was swung, there was suddenly a loud ghost howl. The sword light flashed, and a powerful spiritual power was emitted from the ghost howl sword, suddenly turning into a thick black chi. In the void, the black chi instantly condensed into a huge ghost head and attacked the lonely souls. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Such a huge power was released from the hands of a three-bloodline saint. The two maids were stunned again. They admired Su Yen from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, they couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yen saw that the two maids were in a daze again, and couldn't help but shout, "What are you two still thinking about? Hurry up and attack." At such a critical juncture, the two maids were in a daze several times. As he shouted out, Su Yan's anger involuntarily increased. His stern face emitted a powerful and imposing aura that had never been seen before. Even though the two maids were both emperors of heaven, the two of them were stronger than Su Yen. As long as they wanted to, they could take Su Yan's life with a wave of their hands. However, at this moment, in the face of Su Yan's shout, he was stunned. The two maids weren't angry at all. Instead, they were startled. At the same time, they couldn't help but blush. However, they reacted quickly. He saw a mass of orphan souls turn into a huge machete and attack him. The two of them shouted at the same time. At this moment, the full power of Emperor Xianxia erupted. Powerful spiritual chi surged, and the two of them immediately turned into streaks of light that surged forward. When he saw the two attack, Su Yen did not hesitate. He patted his storage bag and swiftly retrieved a soul-gathering pill and swallowed it. Just now, the invincible golden body still consumed a lot of the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. In addition, he had used the sword technique twice in a row. Su Yan's spiritual energy at this moment was not enough to support him for too long. After all, Su Yen was only a three-meridian saint. The invincible golden body and the sword technique were all ultimate moves that consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Swallowing another soul-gathering pill only restored a little bit of spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was not enough for the next battle. Su Yen couldn't help but frown. While resisting the black fog of orphan souls, he pondered. This 10,000 ghost seal is so powerful. No matter how we kill these orphan souls, it still doesn't help. If this continues, even if we don't die in the hands of these orphan souls, I'm afraid that we will die from the depletion of spiritual energy. Su Yen muttered to himself, and his frown deepened. No, I have to find a way to break it. Su Yen waved his hand and split open a cloud of orphan souls. His body suddenly jumped up and looked at the entire 10,000 ghost seal, which was rotating like a universe. And the black fog of lonely souls was being emitted from the surroundings of those universes. Since the 10,000 ghost seal is a formation, it naturally has a formation eye and a way to break it. Su Yen frowned. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes and spread out, observing the entire 10,000 ghost seal formation. All of a sudden, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He saw a bright spot among the countless lonely souls. Could this be the formation eye? Su Yen looked at the bright spot, and his frown deepened. After all, the 10,000 ghost seal formation was too strange. Su Yen didn't dare to determine whether this was the formation eye or not. As Su Yen hesitated, he saw that the attacks of the two maids were getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, even if they had the strength of Emperor Tianxiang, facing the endless 10,000 ghost seal formation, they would still run out of spiritual qi. Forget it. If I continue to fight like this, I won't be able to escape death. Why not give it a try? Su Yen looked at the two maids and immediately made up his mind. Spiritual qi suddenly burst out from his body, and he clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. The long sword was like a black snake surging out. Spiritual qi surged out and the sword hummed. In an instant, it was like a surging wave rolling out. Su Yan's body was blocked by the black fog of the lonely souls, and a path was immediately opened. Rumble, rumble. The moment Su Yen moved forward, more and more orphan souls pounced on him, giving up on the two maids. Seeing this, Su Yen couldn't help but feel happy. I guessed right. This bright spot is probably the formation eye of the 10,000 ghost seal. Otherwise, these orphan souls wouldn't give up on the two maids and attack me. Because the lonely souls and black fog had all gone to attack Su Yen, the two female servants let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Yen continue to rush up, the two of them looked at each other in confusion. What is he doing? Xiaoju asked. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan's figure, and at the same time, frowned. She looked carefully, and suddenly her eyes flashed. She said in surprise, could it be that he found the formation eye? The two of them didn't see the bright spot. It wasn't because the bright spot didn't exist, but because it was mysterious. The reason Su Yen could see it was because Su Yen had the blood dragon pupil, which no one in the world could resist. It was because of the blood dragon pupil that Su Yen was able to see the formation of the 10,000 ghost seal. Of course, Su Yen didn't know this. Ju Ping and Xiaoju didn't know either. Sister Ping was only guessing based on her experience. Since it was a formation, there must be a formation eye. Since there was a formation eye, there must be a way to break it. Although there were all kinds of strange formations in the world, these were all eternal principles. As a cultivator, they were all able to understand this principle. The two Monster Palace maids had been resisting, and they were also looking for the formation eye. But because they were surrounded by the orphan souls, they couldn't find the formation flame. Now that she saw Su Yen rushing forward, Sister Ping immediately deduced from her accumulated experience that Su Yen had most likely found the array core of the lone soul black fog. Of course, this was only her conjecture. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan's advancing body. She turned to Xiaoju and said, Xiaoju, do you dare to trust this young man one more time? When Xiaoju heard her words, she could not help but be stunned. She turned back to look at Su Yen as a gentle smile appeared on her face. Sister Ping, if it wasn't for this young man, I'm afraid both of us would have died here today. Although he's only a saint with 3 bloodlines, I'm afraid he's our savior. Since he's our savior, why can't we trust him? Sister Ping nodded in satisfaction when she heard Xiaoju's words. She looked at Su Yan's advancing body and the orphan souls blocking Su Yan's path. Sister Ping couldn't help but shout, okay, Xiaoju, since both of us choose to trust this young man, we'll help him break the 10,000 ghost seal today. But Xiaoju also shouted out. At the same time, the spiritual aura on the two of them exploded as they leaped into the air and charged toward Su Yen. The two of them didn't go past Su Yen. Instead, they helped Su Yen block. Su Yen couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw their actions. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's gaze, she smiled faintly and said, young man, I don't know if you've discovered the array core, but today, Ju Ping and I will be here to assist you. Xiaoju looked at Su Yen and nodded. The strong naturally had the pride of the strong. Since Xianxia emperors were emperors, their strength surpassed saints in terms of status and status. Now, 2 Xianxia emperors were willing to help a saint with 3 bloodlines. Moreover, they didn't have any relationship with each other. If this spread, people would think it was a joke. Even Su Yen couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the maid's words. However, Su Yen reacted quickly and nodded. His eyes flashed with determination. The sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body quickly revolved, and the spiritual chi in his body burst out. Seal of 1,000 ghosts. Let's see how strong you are. Su Yen shouted as he stepped on the sword dragon. The Buddha sword in his hand immediately emitted a bright light. At the same time, a sword cry shook the area. That's right. When Su Yen thought that the bright light was the formation eye, he had already switched the ghost howl sword for the pagoda sword. It wasn't because the pagoda sword was stronger than the ghost howl sword. It was because the ghost howl sword was similar to the ghost howl sword. Naturally, it couldn't restrain the ghost howl sword. However, the pagoda sword was different. The moment Su Yen leaped up, his spirit chi circulated and the Buddha sword flashed with a golden light. In an instant, it pierced through the lonely soul black fog. Although the light could not harm the lonely soul black fog, although the ghost howl sword couldn't damage the ghost howl sword, it was enough to see the pagoda sword penetrate the ghost howl sword. Su Yen didn't care if the two maids could see anything from the pagoda sword. Now that the two maids were here to help him, Su Yen completely trusted them. With their help, Su Yen could see the ghost howl sword. Su Yen wholeheartedly rushed towards the bright spot, completely ignoring the black fog that was attacking him from the side. Chapter 168. Su Yen had absolute trust in the two Monster Palace maids. He didn't care about the lone soul black fog that was constantly attacking him. He looked at the faint light emitting from the barrier and focused all of his mind power on it. However, there were too many lone soul black fog in the 10,000 ghost seal. Even with the help of the two Monster Palace maids, there were still many lone soul black fog blocking Su Yen's path. Moreover, these lonely souls and black fog were much more powerful than the ones Su Yen and the others had faced earlier. They emitted a sinister and sharp whistling sound that shook people's hearts, causing their minds to involuntarily ripple. Fortunately, Su Yen's willpower was strong, so he wasn't confused by the lone soul black fog. However, the lone soul black fog that blocked Su Yen's path emitted a strong stench. In addition to the continuous attacks, it was still a big hindrance to Su Yen. Moreover, the lone soul black fog seemed to have intelligence. Seeing Su Yen's continuous attacks, several lone soul black fog instantly condensed into a giant ghost head. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards Su Yen. It was so fast that it was going to swallow Su Yen in an instant. Be careful! When the two Monster Palace maids saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly warned him. Although the two of them wanted to help, there were too many lone soul black fog around them. The two of them couldn't help Su Yen at all. They could only worry in their hearts. It's either I succeed or I die trying today. However, when Su Yen saw the giant ghost head rushing towards him, his expression didn't change at all. His face was cold. He didn't care about the ghost head's attack. He used the technique in his body and stepped on the sword dragon. He didn't have any intention of stopping. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Su Yen wielded the pagoda sword and slammed it into the ghost head. A gust of chilly wind drifted in the surroundings, and countless lonely souls condensed on Su Yen's body. These lonely souls were like vampires, attaching themselves to Su Yen's body and constantly absorbing Su Yen's blood and spiritual power. At the same time, it brought about waves of boundless pain. Su Yen's entire face was twisted because of this. However, Su Yen did not make a single sound. His distorted expression returned to normal in an instant. He was still as cold as ever, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. The two maids in the Monster Palace looked at Su Yen's appearance and couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, they admired Su Yen even more. It could be said to be admiration, but at the same time, it could also be said to be veneration. At this time, they completely ignored the fact that Su Yen was only a saint with 3 bloodlines, and his strength was even lower than theirs. They only saw Su Yen's strength. That's right, he was strong. Perhaps Su Yen's strength was not as strong as his, but the tenacity and perseverance in his body made the two of them admire him. This was because the two of them had experienced the pain of the lonely souls attaching themselves to their bodies. Now that Su Yen's entire body was being sucked in by the lonely soul, how much pain would he have to endure? Just thinking about it made the two of them tremble uncontrollably, Not to mention that Su Yan was currently enduring this pain. Su Yan endured the great pain on his body, and at the same time, the spiritual power in his body slowly disappeared. Soon, Su Yan felt a wave of fatigue attack him, and his head fell into a daze. It was as if Su Yan relaxed a little, he would fall asleep. No, I can't admit defeat. I can't die here, I can't. Su Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept shouting in his heart, I can't die here, I can't. Su Yan shouted from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the spiritual power of the 3 holy meridians burst out at the same time. One of them contained countless sword essences, while the other contained the immense heat of the heavenly fire. The other emitted a strong stench, which was highly poisonous spiritual power. When it burst out, it directly swept toward the lonely souls blocking in front of Su Yan. Not only that, the moment the spiritual power in the 3 bloodlines burst out at the same time, Su Yan shouted again, break. Around Su Yan, in an instant, several rays of light flashed, like lightning, directly exploding towards the black fog of lonely souls. Flying swords, yes, flying swords. 6 flying swords. That was the maximum number of flying swords that Su Yan could control. Not only that, but at the same time, Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. The pagoda sword in his hand suddenly burst out a sharp light. The golden light flickered, and the sword whistled loudly as it attacked directly. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan's entire body was like a gust of wind as he pounced forward. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Su Yan used all of his moves in order to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts. But, bang, under Su Yan's all-out attack, the surrounding black fog of lonely souls was constantly being blasted apart. Black rays of light surged out, illuminating the entire area as if it was daytime. The 2 maids in the monster palace were completely shocked when they saw Su Yan launch so many attacks. Looking at the attacks that Su Yan launched, their faces were full of surprise. They even forgot to block the lonely souls that were constantly surging toward them. The 2 of them were celestial emperors. Their strength would always surpass Su Yan's, and they were confident that they could break through the ghost head just now with their own strength. But after that ghost head, what about the intense pain caused by the lonely souls being possessed by the black fog? And now, there were so many attacks. Although they were celestial emperors, they knew that under such circumstances, they would definitely not launch so many attacks. They looked at Su Yan. In addition to admiration, there was more disbelief in their hearts. Normally, the 2 of them would not even spare a glance at a 3-line saint. However, he was able to launch so many attacks at this moment. Perhaps the 2 of them were confident that they could withstand these attacks. However, they knew that it was impossible for the 2 of them to launch so many attacks so fluently under such circumstances. Therefore, they were completely stunned, and they even forgot about the black fog that was constantly attacking them. Be careful. At that moment, a warning came from underground. The 2 maids in the monster palace only reacted when they arrived. They looked to the side and saw that the dense black fog of lonely souls had already drowned them. The 2 of them could not help but be shocked. They shouted and hurriedly tried to block it. Unfortunately, the black fog of lonely souls was too fast. In addition, they were already close to them. They could not resist at all. As long as the black fog of lonely souls came, they had no chance to escape. The 2 of them closed their eyes in fear, waiting for death to come. But, bang, at this moment, just as they were thinking about waiting for death, a series of explosions suddenly burst out around them. The black fog of lonely souls that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws all exploded at this moment. The continuous sound spread throughout the entire passage. The 2 maids who had escaped death looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. However, the 2 of them quickly reacted. Both of them could not help but smile excitedly. They even forgot their identities and shouted, "He did it, he did it!" At this moment, Chu Linger, who had just reminded the 2 of them to be careful, came in front of the 2 of them. After resting for a while, Chu Linger recovered a lot of physical strength and woke up. When she woke up, she saw the countless black fog of lonely souls rushing toward the 2 maids. She, who had a deep relationship with her maids, could not help but remind them in a panic. Now, she did not have time to care about the black fog of lonely souls that had suddenly disappeared. She stepped forward and looked at the two of them with concern, asking, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, are you okay?" We're okay. The two of them shook their heads. They could not hide the joy in their hearts and cheered, "Young Palace Master, he did it, he did it." Chu Linger had been unconscious the moment Su Yan appeared. However, in her mind, she vaguely remembered that at the moment when she was unconscious, someone seemed to have caught her. As for who caught her, she couldn't remember clearly. Hearing the two maids' words, she frowned slightly and asked, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, what did he do? Who is he?" When Sister Ping and Xiao Ju heard Chu Linger's words, they were slightly startled. They glanced at each other and laughed lightly. Then the two of them fought to be the first to tell Chu Ling about Su Yan's heroic actions and how he had saved them. How he broke the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. A saint from 3 branches broke the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. Chu Linger naturally did not believe the two maids' words. She looked at the two maids in confusion. The two female servants did not pay attention to Chu Linger's puzzled expression. They kept nodding and said, "Young Palace Master, it's like this. You didn't see how strong that person's explosive power was and how strong his endurance was." Chu Linger looked at the two of them who were like love-struck fools. She shook her head with a wry smile and asked, "Where is he?" Hearing Chu Linger's words, Sister Ping and Xiao Ju realized that the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation had disappeared. Unfortunately, they did not see Su Yan. The two of them hurriedly looked around, but they could not find Su Yan. Where is he? Where is the young man? The two of them could not help but panic. At the same time, they blamed themselves. "It's our fault. We were too happy and did not pay attention to that young man." When Chu Linger heard their words, she knew that Su Yan was nowhere to be found. She frowned slightly. Although she did not believe that Su Yan, a saint from 3 branches, was so powerful, she still believed that someone had saved them after hearing Sister Ping and Xiao Ju's words. After all, Chu Linger knew very well that it was impossible for the 3 of them to break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. Of course, they did not know that the reason why they could not break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation was not because they were weaker than Su Yan. The 3 of them were all Emperors of Heaven phase, while Su Yan was only a saint from 3 branches. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, he could not surpass Emperors of Heaven phase. The reason why they could not break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation was because they could not see the formation eye. Chapter 169. Of course, the reason why Su Yan was able to open the 10,000 Ghost Seal wasn't just because he could see the seal. It was more because of Su Yan's perseverance and calmness. How many people could remain unmoved under such great pain? Now that the 10,000 Ghost Seal had been opened, Su Yan had disappeared. Sister Ping and Xiao Ju had completely accepted Su Yan in their hearts. They didn't even know that there were some feelings in their hearts that had never sprouted before. When they thought of Su Yan, they secretly sprouted. Although the two of them were both female servants of the Supreme Demon Palace, their appearances were also 1 in a million. On their delicate and pretty faces, there was not a single flaw. Now that the two of them saw that Su Yan had disappeared, they couldn't help but panic. Chu Linger was also worried about Su Yan. However, because she didn't believe that Su Yan could be so powerful, she also didn't see Su Yan. She was still suspicious of Su Yan. Even though she was worried about Su Yan, she was still much calmer than the two maids. She looked around and said, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, don't worry. This place isn't big. Let's look around." When the two maids heard Chu Linger's words, they suppressed the worry in their hearts and carefully searched the surroundings. Unfortunately, they searched again and still couldn't find Su Yan's figure. They even wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. Where did he go? Where did he go? Xiao Ju and Sister Ping looked around. At this moment, their faces were like pear blossoms. If it weren't for the fact that they were usually strong, they would have cried out loud. Although Chu Linger didn't believe Su Yan, she also felt bad when she saw their sad faces. She frowned and looked around. This place is only so big. According to Sister Ju and Sister Ping, That person has already broken the 10,000 ghosts seal formation. Where did that person go? Could it be? Chu Linger couldn't help but be startled. Looking at the two maids who were sad, she didn't dare to tell them this. She just sighed helplessly and shook her head. She was about to find a place to rest and prepare to go out. The moment she turned around, she saw something flickering in the void. Chu Linger looked at the flashing ground and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly shouted to the two maidservants, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, quickly look over there." Xiao Ju and Elder Sister Ping were still sad. When they heard Chu Linger's words, they came back to their senses. They looked at the flashing ground and immediately became wild with joy. They excitedly shouted, "Passage! That's a passage! That's right. It's a passage!" Xiao Ju also echoed, "That must be a passage. That person must have gone out through the passage." "Yes, he must have gone out." Elder Sister Ping also nodded. The sadness from before had also disappeared. When Chu Linger saw that the two of them had recovered, she smiled and said, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, since that person has gone out, let's go out too." This time, the two of them didn't have the slightest objection. They nodded and the three of them went into the passage. But was it really a passage to the outside world? I succeeded. Did I succeed? Su Yen slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and muttered to himself, "Ha, ha." At that moment, a mournful laughter floated in the air. This voice was frightening. Just the laughter alone made Su Yan's heart tremble. Su Yen couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Who is it?" He instinctively tightened his grip on the Buddha sword. Unfortunately, the moment he broke the 10,000 ghost seal, he had used up all his spiritual qi. At that moment, it was difficult for Su Yen to stand up. Even the Buddha sword in his hand was trembling slightly. However, Su Yan's eyes were still filled with determination. He shouted, "Who? Who is it? Come out." "How? Puma? I don't know who it is either." Just at this moment, a burst of laughter rang out, causing Su Yan's heart to tighten once again. However, this time, he was no longer as flustered as before. He calmly looked at his surroundings. Other than the pitch-black darkness, he could not see anything else. Su Yen couldn't help but frown. He muttered softly, "Where is this? Didn't I break the 10,000 ghost seal?" As soon as Su Yen finished speaking, the mournful laughter rang out. It was followed by a disdainful voice. "The 10,000 ghost seal? Kid, do you really think that a mere saint like you can break it?" "What? A mere saint can break it?" Su Yen couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. His eyes were filled with confusion. He suddenly shuddered. Could it be that what I just broke wasn't the 10,000 ghost seal? After that, the disdainful voice rang out again. "Ha, you're dreaming if you think you can break the 10,000 ghost seal." Before Su Yen could react, the voice shouted again, "Kid, since you said you broke the 10,000 ghost seal, I'll show you what the real 10,000 ghost seal is." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a ghostly howl immediately rang out in the surroundings. The ghostly howl was much more mournful and sharp than the howls of the lonely souls that he had witnessed in the 10,000 ghost seal. It seemed to be omnipresent in his ears, sometimes near, sometimes far, and constantly changing. It was deeply rooted in his heart. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but growl. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" Unfortunately, no one answered Su Yen this time. Only the mournful laughter answered him. At the same time, the ghostly howl did not stop. It was sometimes far, sometimes near, and constantly reverberated in Su Yan's ears. The ghostly howl was like countless sharp swords that pierced into his heart. Under the torment of the ghostly howl, Su Yen growled again. He felt that the qi and blood in his body were about to flow in reverse. "No, I can't." Su Yen felt the qi and blood in his body churning. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He kept shouting, "No, I can't be confused by this. I can't be bothered by this. I have to calm down, calm down." Bang! Su Yen murmured in his heart as he sat down cross-legged. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture began to circulate in his body. He turned a deaf ear to the ghostly howls as he continuously chanted the incantation of the cultivation technique in his heart. As Su Yen activated the cultivation technique, although there was no spiritual qi in his body, Su Yen slowly calmed down amidst the ghostly howls. The moment Su Yen calmed down, that laughter sounded again. Not bad, not bad. You can actually withstand my 10,000 wailing ghosts. With such a mind, if you are allowed to mature, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. TSK, what a pity. You shouldn't have entered the 10,000 ghost cave. So what if you have a strong mind? You still can't escape death. Pa, ta. As that mournful laughter echoed, a sinister wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. Countless ghostly auras were emitted from the surroundings. Before they even got close to Su Yen already felt a sense of eeriness. Su Yen couldn't help but frown. His mind was spinning rapidly. This place is so strange, and this person kept saying that he didn't pass the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation. Could this be? Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. If what he just passed was not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, then what was it? If that wasn't the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation was already so powerful, then what would the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation be like? As Su Yen thought about it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he felt the sinister wind constantly blowing in his surroundings. His eyes narrowed and his heart was as firm as a rock. He shouted, "No, I can't just give in like this. Even if this is the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, so what? Su Yen will still break it." As he spoke, Su Yen quickly activated the cultivation technique in his body. At the same time, another crack appeared in the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The sinister wind and ghostly aura from the surroundings instantly flowed in. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Before he saw the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, Su Yen felt a force calling out to him in his body. At that time, Su Yen felt that this was the location of his fourth Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yen reached the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, this force disappeared. Su Yen had not used his cultivation technique to absorb it when he was dealing with the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation outside. It wasn't that Su Yen didn't want to. It was because Su Yen couldn't feel the presence of any aura. Now that the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was activated, Su Yen immediately felt the presence of that aura. Su Yen was overjoyed. In an instant, he activated the cultivation method in his body and circulated it at an even faster speed. He continuously absorbed the ghost qi from the surroundings. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan's fourth saint vein was created in his meridians. What's going on? While Su Yen was absorbing the ghost qi that was emitted from his surroundings, the unceasing laughter also came to a stop. What replaced it was a shocked expression. What is going on? How is this brat able to absorb my ghostly qi? Could it be? As the laughter echoed in the air, it immediately turned into shock. Hearing the laughter turn into shock, Su Yen was secretly delighted, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated even faster. However, before Su Yen could feel proud, the arrogant laughter sounded again. Haha, I understand, the heavens are really helping me. It's actually a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, 5,000 years. This emperor has been here for 5,000 years, unable to see the light of day again. Now, I actually found a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, just this one person is enough to make up for my 1,000 years of absorption. Chapter 170. Fourth Saint Meridian. Fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yen couldn't help but lick his lips greedily as an indescribable excitement surfaced on his face. As long as he could successfully convert the ghost qi into his own spiritual energy, he would be able to advance to a fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yen clearly remembered that he had only been in the 10,000 Ghosts cave for slightly more than 10 days. To jump 3 levels in such a short period of time, even Su Yen himself felt that this cultivation speed was somewhat monstrous. "Kid, have you absorbed enough?" Just as Su Yen was immersed in the excitement of his impending breakthrough, that shrill and somewhat chilling laughter sounded again. "What? Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard that. At that moment, bang, with a loud bang, a huge black boulder instantly attacked Su Yan. The huge black boulder was so fast that it swept over like a wave, accompanied by a powerful airflow. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked as his pupils suddenly constricted. At the same time, a red light leaped out. Although the huge black boulder was slightly slower, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest as he quickly swept back. He narrowly avoided the attack of the huge black boulder. Unfortunately, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. At the same time, Su Yan also coughed violently. Su Yan had already exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body when dealing with the so-called 10,000 Ghosts seal formation. Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the ghost chi to advance to the 4th Saint Meridian in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of the huge black boulder made Su Yan unable to dodge in time. The circulating cultivation method in his body was deeply suppressed, and the ghost chi that had just surged in also caused a backlash to Su Yan at this moment. This time, Su Yan could be said to be heavily injured. If it wasn't for Su Yan's astonishing willpower, he would have fainted long ago. So powerful! Now that I've exhausted the spiritual chi in my body, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death today. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings and frowned. At the same time, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly. He tried to recover some of his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, before Su Yan could recover a trace of spiritual energy in his body, a loud bang rang out, and another black boulder attacked Su Yan. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although the black boulder's speed had decreased a lot, Su Yan hurriedly tried to avoid it. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body, so Su Yan couldn't help but fall to the ground. All he could do was watch as the black boulder flew towards him. Bang! At this moment, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out. Two figures in white appeared in front of Su Yan and blocked the black boulder. The two people were none other than the two maids, Xiao Ju and Sister Ping. Su Yan originally thought that he was going to die here today, but when he saw the two maids, he couldn't help but feel happy. He got up and cupped his hands towards the two of them. Many thanks to seniors for saving my life. When the two maids saw Su Yan break the fake 10,000 ghost sealing formation, they had an indescribable feeling for Su Yan. Now that they saw Su Yan again, the two of them only felt joy in their hearts. Hearing Su Yan say this, the two of them couldn't help but laugh. Junior, you're too polite. If you didn't break the 10,000 ghost sealing formation, I'm afraid that we would have already lost our lives there. Hearing the two maids mention the 10,000 ghost sealing formation, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Looking at the two's happy expressions, he shook his head and said, Seniors, the one outside is not the 10,000 ghost sealing formation. What? When the two maids heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Not only them, but Chu Linger, who had followed them, was also stunned when she heard Su Yan's words. You're saying that the one outside is not the 10,000 ghost sealing formation? Chu Linger was the first to react and asked Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's deep eyes and nodded cautiously. The one outside is not the 10,000 ghost sealing formation, it is here. What? The three of them once again fell into a state of confusion. At the same time, they asked in astonishment, How is this possible? Ignorant child, why is it impossible? If my 10,000 ghost cave could be broken through with the strength of the few of you, how could this 10,000 ghost cave be called the 10,000 ghost cave? Just as the three of them were at a loss, that mournful laughter resounded in the darkness. Hearing this laughter, Chu Linger and the two maids were like Su Yan the first time. They jumped up and shouted, Who are you? Come out. Unfortunately, that voice didn't appear at all this time. Only the sound of turbulence constantly resounded in the surroundings. When Su Yan heard the turbulence, he hurriedly reminded them, Everyone, be careful. This place is extremely strange. Chu Linger and the two maids were well-known figures in the Monster Palace. Naturally, they were aware of everything around them. The moment the turbulence sounded, the three of them took out their respective weapons. At the same time, the spiritual energy in their bodies surged in an instant. Haha, the 10,000 Ghost Cave hasn't been so lively in a long time. Today, I'll let you ignorant juniors experience the power of the 10,000 Ghost Ceiling Formation. At this time, that voice resounded again. Bang! The moment the voice fell, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the side. Countless shiny black boulders attacked in all directions, rolling up a gust of wind. The speed was as fierce as the waves of the East Sea. Chu Linger and the other two maids couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy and retreated. Su Yen also frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body and couldn't resist in time. He could only watch as the shiny black boulders rushed over. He gritted his teeth and secretly hated the fact that he didn't have spiritual energy in his body. Still can't escape? Su Yan's heart was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Bang! Just when Su Yen thought that he was going to die, a figure suddenly flashed and hit the shiny black boulder with a palm. Puff! A loud explosion burst out and suddenly a burst of bright light was emitted, illuminating the dark curtain as if it was daytime. Poochie! At the same time, blood spurted out and spread in the void. A white-clothed figure was hit by the shiny black boulder and was sent flying. Little Ju! Sister Ju! Chu Linger and Sister Ping saw this scene and shouted in trembling voices. Su Yen was also stunned when he saw this scene. The moment he saw the white-clothed figure flying out, it was as if the whole world had stopped. Of course, he was more surprised in his heart. This person is a stranger to me, but, Su Yen wanted to say something but he didn't know how to say it. His voice was choked with sobs. Although his body lacked spiritual energy, he still forced himself to walk toward the white-clothed figure. Why? Su Yen slowly picked up little Ju, who was on the ground, and his eyes were full of tears. Little Ju wanted to say something, but unfortunately, before she could say anything, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Sister Ju, don't say anything, don't say anything. Chu Linger's face was also full of tears. She held little Ju's hand and choked with sobs. Sister Ju, don't say anything, I will save you, I will save you. Young Palace Master, it's useless. Xiao Ju shook her head and looked at Su Yen. Her eyes were filled with gentleness as she asked, You haven't told me your name. After little Ju said this, another mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Her pupils suddenly shrank and she died. Little Ju. Sister Ju. Chu Linger and Sister Ping both burst into tears. Su Yen also felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. He hugged little Ju's body and whispered, My name is Su Yen, Su as in awakening, Yen as in flame. Ha! At that moment, the shrill laughter came again. Ignorant children will always be ignorant children. A mere Emperor Tian Xiang wants to stop my onyx soul boulder? Or you, come up. This voice reverberated through the air, instantly enraging the sorrowful ones. Chu Linger stood at the front and saw the darkness. She shouted, Come out, I will kill you. Sister Ping also shouted crazily, Come out, I will kill you today. Only Su Yen remained calm. It wasn't that Su Yen wasn't sad. It was that Su Yen knew that it was useless to be sad. What he needed to do now was to recover his spirit energy. Only then would he have a chance to fight. While Su Yen was channeling his cultivation method, he held the scarlet fire sword box in his hand. Countless sword intents came out and turned into spirit energy that entered Su Yan's body. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and didn't know that Su Yen was recovering his spirit energy. She thought that Su Yen wasn't moved. She was already sad because of little Ju's death, so when she saw Su Yan's appearance, she couldn't help but angrily scold, You heartless person, Sister Ju died for you, aren't you angry? Su Yen didn't say anything and just quickly channeled his cultivation method. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's appearance, she seemed to understand something. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linger, who was about to attack Su Yen, and said, Young Palace Master, don't. Su Yen used too much spirit energy to break the formation. He is recovering his spirit energy now. Recovering spirit energy. Although Chu Linger was angry, she wasn't an unreasonable person. When she heard Sister Ping's words, she suppressed the anger in her heart. She looked at the darkness and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Quickly come out and see this palace master." "Huh, palace master? Interesting, interesting." When that mournful voice heard Chu Linger's words, it started laughing loudly again, infuriating Chu Ling. Sister Ping was also furious, but she was careful. She looked at Su Yan and slowly said, "Su Yan, recover your strength. I will block everything for you." Chapter 171. "Huh, a bunch of scoundrels actually want to see this emperor? What a joke." Mournful laughter once again floated in the air, followed by a shower of rocks. That's right, it was a shower of rocks. Countless huge rocks pierced through the darkness, directly exploding on top of Su Yan, Sister Ping, and Chu Linger's heads. They were so densely packed that there was simply no way to block them. The three of them couldn't help but frown. "Break!" Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her body exploded. She waved the magic weapon in her hands, and with a flash of light, she blocked all the rocks. Chu Linger's speed was not slow either. The moment her spirit chi surged, she struck out with one hand. In an instant, a powerful spirit chi burst out and whirled up. The surrounding stone rain was moved away by this whirling force. Only Su Yan remained unmoved, and worked hard to absorb the sword intent in the red parting sword case to quickly recover his spirit energy. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to stop it, but that Su Yan knew that only by recovering his spirit energy would he have a chance to escape. Of course, Su Yan wasn't doing nothing. Looking at the falling rocks, the blood dragon pupil quickly rotated, and the falling rocks slowed down. "Faster, faster!" Su Yan urged himself in his heart, and the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra was also activated to the extreme. As long as he recovered his spirit energy, there was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, even with the sword intent emitted by the 10,000 spirit swords in the red parting sword case, Su Yan's spirit energy was still unable to recover quickly. Moreover, the falling rocks were too fast. Even with the blood dragon pupil slowing them down, he still couldn't make it in time. "Su Yan, be careful." At this moment, Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her hand instantly flew out, directly towards Su Yan's head. At the moment the magic tool flew out, a majestic spiritual energy burst out. In an instant, a ray of light flashed, blocking the rain of stones that were about to fall on Su Yan's body. Immediately after, Sister Ping's body also landed beside Su Yan. She stood in front of Su Yan, protecting him. Her entire body emitted a faint purple light. The strength of a celestial emperor burst forth at this moment. Under her efforts, the rain of stones was swept away. A disdainful smile flashed across Sister Ping's cold face. She looked at the black screen and shouted, "You're just SOSO." Before Sister Ping could finish speaking, a huge black hand suddenly appeared from the darkness. The black hand passed through Sister Ping's body. In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Sister Ping. When Chu Ling saw that, her pupils immediately shrank. As she moved her feet, she hurriedly rushed towards Sister Ping, wanting to help her. But the giant black hand was too fast. After it passed through Sister Ping's body, it quickly pulled away and disappeared into the darkness. The moment it quickly pulled away, Sister Ping's entire body trembled. The immense pain of having her body penetrated immediately spread throughout Sister Ping's body. In an instant, Sister Ping spat out another mouthful of blood. Her entire body went limp on the ground. "Sister Ping." Chu Linger went forward to catch Sister Ping. Her face was filled with tears. "Sister Ping, you can't die. You can't die. Young Palace Master, I won't be able to accompany you in the future." Sister Ping gasped for breath and weakly said to Chu Linger. At this moment, Su Yan also recovered his spirit energy. He walked over and looked at Sister Ping. A surge of anger surged in his heart. "Su Yan." Sister Ping turned her head to look at Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Sister Ping's appearance, his heart ached. He hurriedly walked to her side and said, "Sister Ping, I'm here. What do you want to say?" "The young palace master out for me." Sister Ping held back her last breath and said to Su Yan, Su Yen nodded without hesitation. He held Sister Ping's hand and said, "Sister Ping, don't worry. I will definitely take the young palace master out." When Sister Ping heard Su Yan's words, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Her head tilted. A generation of Emperor Tianxiang had fallen. "Sister Ping." Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping's body and cried loudly. Su Yan looked at Sister Ping's body. He also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Although Su Yan had only just met them today, they had experienced life and death together. They had also faced all these dangers together. The trust from fighting side by side had long connected their hearts together. Looking at Sister Ping, Su Yan did not feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. Only his heart shook with endless pain. Of course, more than that, it was anger. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan activated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. Suddenly, a burst of powerful spiritual energy erupted. He angrily shouted toward the darkness, "Come out, I don't care who you are. Come out for me." "Ha, you recovered your spiritual energy so quickly. Not bad, not bad." No matter how Su Yan shouted, he still could not see anything in the darkness. There was only that mournful laughter. It sounded again in the darkness, "Not bad is not bad. Unfortunately, you will die here in the end." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the giant black hand that had appeared earlier once again tore through the darkness and charged towards Su Yan's body. The huge black hand was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The moment it cut through the darkness, it was as if everything in the surroundings had sunk into a dead silence. There was even a faint chill. This time, the furious Su Yan did not have any fear. Looking at the black hand, his eyes flashed. He shouted, "It's like this again. Let's see how strong you are." Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in his body surged. His body rushed out, holding the pagoda sword in his hand. He did not dodge, but rushed toward the huge black hand. The huge black hand was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan was not slow. His body surged like a running cheetah. His eyes were like torches as he slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, the sound of the sword reverberated. The sword flashed like a swift dragon and slashed toward the black hand. "Break!" Su Yan shouted loudly as he slashed his sword towards the black hand. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The moment the pagoda sword slashed down, a powerful wave of energy surged out. Su Yan's body involuntarily trembled as he was greatly alarmed. Bang! At the same time, he was sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. What a powerful force! Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the huge black hand. He slowly regained his composure. Of course, the anger in his heart was still there. However, his calmness told Su Yan that if he lost his mind in this situation, he would not have the chance to walk out. Only by calming down would he have the slightest chance. After the gigantic black hand attacked Su Yan, it disappeared as well. The entire black screen regained its tranquility, as if there was no danger at all. Only the cold intent that constantly spread in the surroundings indicated that this was an extremely dangerous place. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping and cried for a while. She slowly recovered. There was not a single trace of expression on her handsome face. Her clear eyes were emitting killing intent, venting the anger in her heart. Su Yan also looked around coldly. His mind was spinning quickly, trying to find a way to break out of this place. Unfortunately, the surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see anything at all. Moreover, there were dangers lurking everywhere. They were constantly changing. It was impossible to see through the mystery of this place. If this is really the 10,000 Ghost Ceiling formation, then there must be a way to break the formation. However, this place is pitch black and I can't see anything at all. How can I find the eye of the formation? Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings and couldn't help but frown. Not only her, but Chu Linger was also frowning. Bang! At this moment, a sound exploded again. In the darkness, countless huge black swords attacked Su Yan and Chu Linger. Because of his blood dragon pupil, Su Yan could see more clearly in the darkness than Chu Linger. When he saw the countless huge swords rushing toward them, he hurriedly warned, "Be careful. After Su Yan said this, he realized how unnecessary his warning was. Although Chu Linger did not have Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, she was the Emperor of Heaven. She was much stronger than Su Yan. The moment the huge swords appeared, the spiritual energy in Chu Linger's body exploded. She jumped up and dodged the huge flying swords. Although Su Yan's strength was inferior to Chu Linger's, his speed was not the slightest bit slow because he possessed the blood dragon eyes. With a sweep of his body, he dodged the huge flying sword. The speed at which the flying swords appeared was too fast. If it were not for their reaction speed, they would not have been able to dodge at all. Now that they dodged, the two breathed a sigh of relief. But before the two could catch their breath, bang! Another loud sound rang out. Countless flying swords condensed in the darkness and flew toward the two like a rain of swords. The two of them frowned, but there was no trace of panic on their faces. Instead, their expressions became even colder. Looking at the flying swords that appeared, they quickly circulated their cultivation techniques and a majestic spiritual energy burst out. But, bang! The moment the flying swords attacked, the two moved. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to continuously dodge. Chu Linger was not only stronger than Su Yan, but she was also able to fight against the huge black flying swords while dodging. Unfortunately, there were too many flying swords. After blocking one, another one would come. It was like a rain of swords. Even though the two of them were the best of the best among martial artists. Unfortunately, under such a fierce attack, they still suffered different injuries. Su Yan, in particular, was only a 3-bloodline saint. Under the rain of swords, the white robe on his body was still torn. His body was also bleeding in many places. He was in a very sorry state. Chapter 172. Fortunately, this sword rain lasted for a while before it finally ended. Su Yan and Chu Linger both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, the shrill voice that made the two of them angry once again sounded. After playing for so long, I believe you two are tired. Let's end it. Let's end it. These were originally very calm words. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Chu Linger and Su Yan both felt a chill pressing down on them. Their entire bodies began to tremble because of those words. In the darkness, an invisible pressure was pressing down on them. The two of them both felt as if their bodies were imprisoned in place. A sense of fear gushed out from their hearts. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The two of their pupils instantly widened. What the hell is going on? The two of them were both shocked and stuck to the ground in a daze. Bang! At this moment, the huge black hand instantly appeared and directly attacked Chu Linger. Be careful! The moment Su Yan saw the huge black hand appear, he hurriedly shouted to Chu Linger. Unfortunately, Chu Linger seemed to be stunned. She did not move at all and did not react at all. Su Yan was anxious and wanted to go forward to save her. Unfortunately, he also seemed to be imprisoned in place and could not move at all. Looking at Chu Linger's beautiful face, looking at her pair of clear and charming eyes, looking at her graceful body, Su Yan did not know why but a strong desire to protect her welled up in his heart. This was different from the promise Su Yan made to Sister Ping. This desire to protect her welled up from the bottom of his heart. And if that black hand passed through her body, no matter how enchanting she was, no matter how moving she was, she would be destroyed and everything would end. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought. He looked at the huge black hand that was getting closer and closer. Su Yan roared in his heart. As the great sun-colored glaze swordplay circulated within his body, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Without thinking, Su Yan rushed toward Chu Linger. He directly pushed Chu Linger out. That huge black hand directly pierced through Su Yan's chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. No, at this time, Chu Linger also recovered her ability to move. Seeing the scene of Su Yan being pierced by the huge black hand, a burst of sadness welled up in her body. Her figure flashed and hurriedly flew over to catch Su Yan. Looking at the dying Su Yan, she asked, Why? Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's beautiful face and smiled. Before he could explain anything, he fainted. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Chu Linger's eyes burst into tears again. She originally did not have any feelings for Su Yan. After all, in her eyes, Su Yan was just a stranger. Not only that, Chu Linger even hated Su Yan a little, because her servant Xiao Ju had died to save Su Yan. But now, Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's handsome face and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She cried, "Why did you save me? But I'm not familiar with you." While Chu Linger was still grieving, in the darkness, there was a whistling sound again. The invisible giant black hand appeared again and attacked Chu Linger. Chu Linger felt it, but she did not move. It was not that she could not move. The moment Su Yan pushed her away, she recovered. But she did not want to move, because she knew that it was too strong. Even if she dodged it, she would not be able to escape death in the end. Moreover, seeing Xiao Ju, Sister Ping, and Su Yan fall in front of her one after another was a huge blow to her heart. She did not want to move. Let the giant black hand attack her. If she died here, all the sadness would come to an end. Ha ha, it's over. It's all over. The harvest this time is really big, really big. The moment the black hand moved, the shrill laughter sounded again. There was a trace of excitement and joy in the laughter. As long as I absorb your bodies and a few more, I will be able to leave. I, the great demon king, will be able to see the light of day again. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out, echoing continuously in the darkness. But to Chu Linger, all of this was meaningless. Because everything was about to end. Seeing the black hand getting closer and closer, Chu Linger even showed a gentle smile on her face. She opened her hands and waited for the black hand to pass through her body. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy gushed out from the ground. This ray of spirit chi surpassed all of the others. When it appeared, it was as if everything around it was illuminated, and everything began to tremble along with it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Chu Linger. With a wave of his hand, the giant black hand was shattered. Mother! When Chu Linger saw the person who appeared, she could not help but be stunned. Hearing Chu Linger's words, the person who appeared had a face that was very similar to Chu Linger. However, there was no trace of expression on his face. He just looked at Chu Linger and said, "Let's go." At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this light screen, Chu Linger suddenly came to her senses. She picked up Su Yan on the ground and walked into the darkness. The realm of circumference. When the giant black hand was destroyed, the laughter stopped abruptly. Then, it turned into a voice that said, "Since you've come, don't think about leaving." As soon as he said those words, Yi Zichen nodded. Suddenly, a strong pressure burst out from the surroundings. Poochie! In just a moment, Chu Linger felt her whole body shake. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. The person who appeared was also shocked. He pulled Chu Linger and shouted, "Let's go." With a push, Chu Linger and Su Yan were both pushed out of the light screen and disappeared. Only Chu Linger's mother, Princess Chu, was left inside. Looking at the huge darkness, she frowned. Her hands moved, and a powerful spiritual power surged out and hit the surroundings. You want to stop me with just the realm of circumference? The Demon King's voice sounded again. At the same time, a huge black hand fell from the sky and directly hit Princess Chu. Poochie! Even the powerful Princess Chu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the Princess Chu did not give up because of this. Her hands continued to move. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold and she shouted, "Supreme Demon Secret Technique, break." Suddenly, a huge force surged up. Lightning flashed, and the entire darkness was illuminated by this force as if it was daytime. A huge explosion followed. Countless explosions could be heard. The Princess Chu also followed out of the light screen. Only the Demon King's angry roar was left in the darkness. "Monster Palace, it's actually the Monster Palace. You dare to ruin my good business. Wait until I, the Demon King, get out, I will definitely destroy your Monster Palace." No matter how the Demon King shouted, it was a pity that his voice could only stay in the Myriad Ghost Cave. The East Sea was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. However, The monster palace was located on an island in the East Sea. Although it was called an island, this island was larger than the hidden demon region. On this island, the brilliant crystal walls of the building emitted a bright light under the scorching sun. This was the monster palace's main hall. The monster palace was located. In the main hall of this palace, a crystal bead was constantly rotating, emitting a bright light. The light curled up, illuminating the already brilliant main hall of the monster palace, making it even more brilliant and beautiful. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound burst out from the crystal bead. 3 figures jumped out and fell to the ground. These 3 people were none other than Su Yan, Chu Linger, and the Princess Chu. Puchi, as soon as the Princess Chu came out, she did not sit down. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Chu Linger was shocked and hurried forward. "Mother!" The Princess Chu waved her hand and sat down cross-legged. She operated her cultivation method and healed herself for a while. Her pale face slowly recovered a bit of color. She opened her eyes and looked at Chu Linger angrily. "Ling, who allowed you to enter the myriad ghost cave without permission?" Chu Linger was checking on Su Yan's injuries. When she was reprimanded by the Princess Chu, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She looked at her mother and said with an aggrieved face, "I heard you say you needed the myriad ghost soul pearl, so I wanted to get it for you." Nonsense. The Princess Chu shouted again, "If the myriad ghost soul pearl was so easy to get, would I need to worry about it? Even I don't dare to enter the myriad ghost cave. You, a mere Tianxiang emperor, dare to enter? You're courting death." Hearing Chu Wangfei's words, Chu Ling felt a wave of sorrow. Thinking of how her stubbornness had caused the deaths of her 2 servants, she felt even sadder. She immediately burst into tears and knelt on the ground, saying, "Mother, I was foolish and ignorant. I trespassed into the 10,000 ghost cave and caused the deaths of Sister Xiaoju and Sister Ping. Please punish me." Sigh. The Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's sad appearance and her heart softened. She sighed and said, forget it. Stand up. Xiao Ju and Xiao Ping have already died. It's useless to be sad." When the 2 servants were mentioned, Chu Linger became even sadder. She kept crying. The Princess Chu kept shaking her head. Only now did she notice Su Yan. She looked at him and frowned. "Ling, who is this person? Why is he in the myriad ghost cave?" This person? Chapter 173. Because Su Yan had risked his life to save Chu Linger at the last moment, her opinion of Su Yan had changed slightly. When she talked about Su Yan, her evaluation of him was naturally quite high. After hearing Su Yan's words, the Princess of Chu frowned slightly, and there was some disbelief in her eyes. A saint with 3 bloodlines. If he can really erupt with such powerful strength, he can be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Chu Linger nodded repeatedly when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan and pleaded, "Mother, he was injured because of me. I hope you can save him." Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's pierced heart and frowned slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Linger's words, she glanced at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, since this boy risked his life to save him as your mother, I will naturally save him. Unfortunately, this boy's heart has been pierced. Even a golden immortal may not be able to save him. What can I do?" When Chu Linger heard that even her mother could not save Su Yan, the tears in her eyes instantly fell. She walked up to Su Yan and cried bitterly when she saw Su Yan's pierced chest. In fact, Chu Linger had long known that Su Yan would not survive. After all, no matter who it was, no matter how powerful a person was, once their heart was pierced, they would definitely die. It was just that Chu Linger was unwilling to believe it. Moreover, because the Princess of Chu had always been an omnipotent existence in Chu Linger's heart, Chu Linger was also willing to believe that her mother would give her a miracle. Now that she heard her mother say so, she felt sad. Only then did the sadness in her heart rise. She hugged Su Yan's body and cried loudly. Yes, her relationship with Su Yan was not as deep as her relationship with Sister Ping and Xiaoju. However, when she thought about how Su Yan had died for her, She clearly remembered that Su Yan had risked his life to save her at the last moment. His calm and handsome face. That smile was deeply imprinted in Chu Linger's mind, and she could not forget it. The guilt in her heart was indescribable. Now that she saw Su Yan's body in front of her, how could she not be sad? The Princess of Chu felt sad when she saw her daughter's sad expression, especially after hearing Chu Linger's description of Su Yan's heroic performance in 10,000 Ghosts Cave. She also had some expectations for Su Yan. She also wanted to let Su Yan come back to life and see how strong Su Yan was. After all, it was enough to surprise anyone that a 3-bloodline saint could unleash such a powerful attack. Unfortunately, death was the end. Whether it was sadness, doubt, or reluctance in the face of death, it was difficult to defy the heavens. Linge, since this boy died for you, he also wanted you to live well. You don't have to be sad. You have to live well and work hard to become stronger, so that you can comfort his soul. The Princess of Chu persuaded Chu Linger when she saw how sad Chu Linger was. She was most worried that this matter would leave a fetter in Chu Linger's heart. If that was the case, Chu Linger's cultivation would not improve in the future. Chu Linger nodded when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan's body and his eyes that were still open. She reached out to close his eyes and muttered to herself, "Su Yan, don't worry. One day, I will definitely return to 10,000 Ghosts Cave and break the 10,000 Ghosts seal formation to avenge you." With that, Chu Linger closed Su Yan's eyes. The moment Su Yan's hand touched Su Yan's nose, Chu Linger's entire body shook. Her eyes widened and she shouted emotionally, "Mother, this Su Yan is still breathing. He's still breathing." What? The Princess of Chu was stunned. She immediately shook her head and said, "Impossible. This person's heart was pierced. He is definitely dead. How can he still be breathing?" "It's true. It's true." Chu Linger saw that her mother did not believe her and shouted emotionally. When the Princess of Chu saw Chu Linger's reaction, she thought that Chu Linger had not walked out of the fetter in her heart. She sighed helplessly. However, when she saw her daughter's emotional appearance, she could not bear to let her continue like this. She slowly walked forward and reached out to feel Su Yan's pulse. When she touched him, the Princess of Chu was also shocked. She muttered to herself, "Impossible. This person's heart was also pierced. How can he still have a pulse?" "Mother, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you." Chu Linger saw the Princess of Chu's expression and said emotionally. Compared to Chu Linger's excitement, the Princess of Chu was much calmer. She was more surprised and puzzled now. She nodded slightly and a moment later, her divine sense surged out and penetrated Su Yan's body. When the divine sense swam through Su Yan's heart, the Princess of Chu immediately understood, so someone is protecting his heart. The moment Chu Wangfei understood, she fell into a state of confusion at the same time. This person was able to emit spirit qi to protect his heart meridian at the last moment. How strong is this person? And there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Who was it that protected his heart meridian? Could it be this person himself? The Princess of Chu immediately rejected this idea. This method of protecting his heart and the density of the spiritual energy is definitely not something a 3-meridian saint can do. There must be someone else. As the Princess of Chu thought, her divine sense swam through Su Yan's body again to observe the situation in Su Yan's body. Her frown deepened. This person's 3 saint meridians are actually different. How can it be so strange? Just as the Princess of Chu's divine sense swam through Su Yan's dantian, the Princess of Chu's mind shook. She hurriedly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Su Yan in surprise. What is this majestic power? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's body and frowned. This person is actually so mysterious. Just who is he? Chu Linger did not know that the Princess of Chu had so many doubts. She only asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu constantly frowning, "Mother, how is it? Can Su Yan be saved?" "He can be saved, but what?" Chu Linger asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu's hesitation. The Princess of Chu sighed inside when she saw how anxious her daughter was. Should I save him or not? If there were no secrets in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu would definitely save Su Yan without hesitation. However, because of the strange existence in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu hesitated. Moreover, she agreed with what Chu Linger said. After observing the situation in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu believed a lot more. Such a person must be a monstrous existence, and his identity is unknown. If we save him, he will not be able to contribute to the monster palace in the future. He will definitely be a scourge. As the palace master of the monster palace, the Princess of Chu naturally knew that since a genius could not be used by her, the best way was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. She was the palace master of the monster palace. Originally, she did not have to fear a small three-bloodline saint like Su Yan. However, the strange phenomenon in Su Yan's body made the Princess of Chu feel a sense of fear. "Mother, what's the matter? Say something." Chu Linger did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking. She looked at the huge wound on Su Yan's chest and asked anxiously. The Princess of Chu looked at Chu Linger's innocent look and the pear blossoms in her eyes. The Princess of Chu could not bear to see her like this. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, this child is only a saint now. He is also under my control. I'll save him first and see what happens." The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan before turning around. She gently stroked Chu Linger's hair and said, "Don't worry. With Mother here, he won't die." That's great, that's great." Hearing her mother's affirmative answer, Chu Linger was as happy as a child. She jumped up and down in the palace. In fact, Chu Linger was really just a child. After all, she had just turned 18 and was still in the prime of her life. Seeing how happy her daughter was, Chu Wangfei's tightly furrowed brows also relaxed. However, she didn't tell Chu Ling about the worry in her heart. What a pitiful parent's heart. Since the Princess of Chu had decided to save Su Yan, she did not delay. She took out some holy healing medicine from her storage ring and fed it to Su Yan. A wisp of spiritual energy surged out of her palm and entered Su Yan's body. The moment the spiritual energy surged, fresh flesh grew on Su Yan's chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Linger watched this scene without blinking. When she saw the Princess of Chu withdraw her hand, she asked, "Mother, is it done? Is he done?" Chu Wangfei wiped the sweat off her forehead and nodded. She looked tired. With her strength, healing this kind of injury should not have been enough to tire her out, but because of what had happened in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, in the Ghost Cave, the Princess of Chu was also heavily injured. Thinking about that final attack, the Princess of Chu still felt a lingering fear. She muttered in her heart, "The demon in the Ghost Cave has already grown to such a degree. I wonder when he will break through the Ghost Seal. When that time comes, I'm afraid the world will fall into chaos again." Of course, the Princess of Chu did not say these thoughts to Chu Linger. After all, to her, Chu Linger's age and Chu Linger's strength were not enough to know these things. Chu Linger stared at Su Yan. After a long time, she did not see Su Yan wake up. She could not help but frown and ask the Princess of Chu, "Mother, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Silly Linga, how could it be so fast?" Hearing her daughter's words, the Princess of Chu could not help but smile. "Linga, go rest first. In 3 days, you will naturally see him wake up." "Oh." Chu Linger originally thought that Su Yan would wake up immediately. When she heard her mother's words, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, this trip to the Ghost Cave had truly tired her out. Whether it was her mind or body, they were both exhausted to the extreme. Hearing her mother say this, she did not stay any longer and followed her out of the palace. Su Yan and the Princess of Chu were left behind. The Princess of Chu watched Chu Linger leave. When she looked at Su Yan and the white water chestnut on Su Yan's head, she frowned again. This child's water chestnut. Could it be that he is also a descendant of my monstrous beast? But why is there no monstrous beast bloodline in his body? Chapter 174. 3 days seemed to pass slowly, but it also passed quickly. Su Yan was arranged to stay in an independent disciple's room in the Monster Palace. He slowly woke up during Chu Linger's daily visits. "Awake, awake." Chu Linger saw that Su Yen had woken up, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. The young man standing next to her looked at Chu Linger's happy appearance, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but it quickly dissipated. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior sister, the palace master has said that he will wake up in 3 days, so he will definitely wake up in 3 days." Chu Linger nodded, and her eyes never left Su Yen. This made the young man's face flash with a displeased expression, but Chu Linger had been staring at Su Yen, so she didn't notice. However, Chu Linger didn't notice, but Su Yen saw it clearly. The moment Su Yen opened his eyes, he saw the young man's gloomy face. In a daze, Su Yen didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around, frowned, and asked, "Where is this?" "The Monster Palace." Chu Linger saw Su Yen speak and immediately replied, "Su Yen, we are safe. My mother saved us." "Your mother?" Su Yen furrowed his brows again. He could still remember the last moment when the gigantic black hand pierced through his heart and the shadow of death pounced on him. At that time, Su Yen felt that he was going to die. But at the last moment, Su Yen felt as if something was protecting his heart. At that time, Su Yen had doubts in his heart, but before Su Yen could think about it, Su Yen had already fainted. Now that he heard Chu Linger say this, Su Yen seemed to understand something. "Su Yen, do you feel uncomfortable?" Chu Linger looked at Su Yen's blurred eyes and asked nervously. Looking at Chu Linger's clear eyes, like a little girl next door, Su Yen couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and said, "No." When Chu Linger heard that Su Yen was fine, she was overjoyed. She didn't have the calmness she had in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, and she didn't have the majesty of the Emperor Xianxia. She was like a little girl. Su Yen couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He didn't have the slightest bit of regret for saving her that day. At this moment, the gloomy young man standing beside Chu Ling saw Su Yen staring at Chu Ling. He squeezed out a smile and stepped forward. "Hello, Su Yen. I heard you saved Junior sister." "Thank you." Su Yen looked at the young man. Although the young man was smiling, Su Yen didn't have a good impression of him. He just nodded and didn't say anything. Chu Linger looked at the young man and said to Su Yen, "Su Yen, let me introduce you. This is our East Palace's eldest senior brother, Qin Luo, senior brother Qin." Hearing Chu Linger's enthusiastic introduction, Qin Luo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because in terms of how much they knew each other, Su Yen wasn't familiar with Chu Linger. He didn't even know Chu Linger's name. Now, he was introducing Qin Luo to him. Su Yen blushed with shame. But out of courtesy, and knowing that this was the Supreme Demon Palace, which was someone else's territory, Su Yen clasped his hands toward Qin Luo. "Greetings, senior brother Qin." Qin Luo nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Su Yen didn't pay attention to his expression. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger and said embarrassedly, "I don't think I know your name either." Chu Linger was stunned, then laughed and said, "Look at me, I forgot. I didn't introduce myself to you. I'll tell you now, I'm Chu Linger." Chu Linger introduced herself. She didn't introduce herself as the young palace master of the Monster Palace. This made Su Yen have a better impression of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger's girl-next-door appearance, an inexplicable desire to protect her welled up in his heart. That was indeed the case. At that moment, Chu Ling was completely different from when she was in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. She no longer had that calmness, that killing intent, and that anger. She only had that innocent expression. Coupled with her angelic face, anyone who saw her would have the desire to protect her. In the following time, Chu Linger told Su Yen some things about the Monster Palace. Originally, Chu Linger and Qin Luo wanted to take Su Yen around the Monster Palace to let Su Yen familiarize himself with the Monster Palace. However, before Su Yen could leave the room, Su Yen was summoned by Princess Chu. In the Monster Palace's East Palace main hall, there were only Su Yen and Princess Chu in the huge palace. On the high platform, there was a huge chair. Princess Chu sat steadily on it. Her face was very similar to Chu Linger's, but she didn't have Chu Linger's innocence. Her eyebrows emitted a pressure. Even though Su Yan was dozens of meters away from her, he could still feel the pressure coming from her body. "Tell me, where did you come from?" When Princess Chu saw Su Yan, her expression didn't change at all. Instead, she asked coldly, "Why are you in the 10,000 Ghosts cave?" "In Jingzhou City, I was chased by enemies and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave." When Su Yan heard Chu Wangfei's words, he didn't have any doubts. He answered honestly without any falsehood. However, Princess Chu didn't believe him. She shouted softly, "Accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave? Do you think I'll believe you?" As Princess Chu shouted, a pressure suddenly approached Su Yan. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, even so, Su Yan was unmoved. This was because of the trip to the Monster Palace. Su Yan had long understood it in his heart. However, Su Yan never expected that he would come to the Monster Palace in this way. Of course, Su Yan was quite satisfied with this way of coming to the Monster Palace. After all, he had gained the trust of the Monster Palace's young palace master as soon as he entered. This way, it would be more convenient for him to travel to the Monster Palace in the future. In the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan already had a plan. Therefore, in the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan still said calmly, "Palace Master, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave is one of the most dangerous places in the 5 counties. I, Su Yan, am only a saint with 3 bloodlines. How could I have the strength to enter the 10,000 Ghosts Cave? I entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave because I was chased in the Hengduan Mountain and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave." While Su Yan was talking, the Princess Chu kept staring at Su Yan's eyes. She saw that Su Yan's eyes were full of determination. It was impeccable. If it were someone else who entered the Monster Palace and saved her daughter's benefactor, the Princess Chu would definitely not ask too much. However, the strange existence in Su Yan's body made the Princess Chu feel a little uneasy. This made the Princess Chu more cautious. Now that she saw Su Yan's firm eyes, she didn't know how to ask. She could only choose to believe Su Yan and change the topic. "Okay, I'll believe you for now. Then let me ask you, where did you learn from and why were you chased?" When Su Yan heard the Princess Chu's question, he didn't hide anything. He honestly told her about his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb, how he offended the Guyu sect, how he was chased by the Guyu sect, and how he accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. This was because Su Yan was speaking the truth. Facing Chu Wangfei's sharp gaze, he did not avoid her gaze at all. This made the Princess Chu unable to find any clues about Su Yan. She could only ask again, "Okay, then let me ask you, why were you chased out of the Hidden Sword Tomb? What's the matter with the water caltrip on your head?" When Su Yan heard this, he knew that they were finally talking about the main topic. Su Yan could tell the truth about those things, but he couldn't tell the Princess Chu about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Monster Palace. However, Su Yan had already thought of a way to deal with these things before he entered the Monster Palace. When he heard the Princess Chu's question, it was easy for him. Su Yan helplessly pointed to the water caltrip on his head and said, "Because of this water caltrip." "Why do you say that?" the Princess Chu asked. Su Yan pretended to smile bitterly and said, "When I entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, I didn't have a water caltrip. Unfortunately, after cultivating for a period of time, I suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon in my body. This water caltrip slowly grew out. When the elders in the Hidden Sword Tomb saw it, they all thought that I was a monster beast, so I was driven out of the sect." When the Princess Chu heard Su Yan say this, her heart couldn't help but shake. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, she naturally knew that people like her were special. They weren't liked in this world, and many times, they would be mistaken for monsters. This was also why the Monster Palace was so powerful, but they still lived in the East Sea and rarely went out. It was precisely because many people discriminated against the Supreme Monster Clan that the people of the Monster Palace didn't want to walk in this world. Now that Su Yan said this, it could be said that he spoke to the Princess Chu's heart. The Princess Chu couldn't help but have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, they were both monsters. In her heart, her vigilance towards Su Yan also decreased a bit. Su Yen looked at the Princess Chu's appearance and knew that she believed his words. He hurriedly asked, "Palace Master, before I left the hidden sword tomb, I heard some elders say that only the monster palace can accommodate me. What is going on? And what's going on with my water caltrop?" The Princess Chu smiled at Su Yan's previous question, but didn't say anything. However, she answered Su Yan's next question, "You have a late awakening bloodline." A late awakening bloodline. Su Yan still pretended to be stunned. In fact, when Su Yan planned to come to the Monster Palace, Su Yan had a certain understanding of the Monster Palace, especially the Monster Palace's monster bloodline. Su Yan specifically looked into it. He knew that there were two types of bloodlines in the Monster Palace. One was the early awakening bloodline. This type of bloodline looked like a monster at the moment of birth. Only through continuous cultivation, after a period of time, would they transform into a human form. Chapter 175. Under Su Yan's realistic acting, the Princess of Chu finally believed Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, a strand of divine thought entered Su Yan's mind. "Su Yan, from today onwards, you will enter my monster palace and become a disciple of my East Palace." Although the Princess of Chu believed Su Yan, she still looked at Su Yan with an expressionless face and a trace of indifference. Su Yan didn't care. When he felt the memories in his mind, he quickly knelt and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness in accepting me." The Princess of Chu nodded and waved her hand impatiently. "Go. The divine thought that I just passed on to you contains everything about the Monster Palace. I hope you can serve the Monster Palace in the future, otherwise—" The Princess of Chu didn't finish her words. Only a mournful expression passed through her face, making people shudder. At the same time, the Princess of Chu disappeared from the palace, leaving Su Yan alone in the huge palace to sort out the information that the Princess of Chu had just passed on. Although Su Yan entered the Monster Palace only for the matter of the Monster Palace seal and his father. However, Su Yan knew that if he wanted to investigate these matters in the Monster Palace, then he must truly become a disciple of the Monster Palace. As for the future, Su Yan didn't have any plans. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had left an imprint in his body. Right now, Su Yan only wanted to understand all of the Monster Palace's matters. After sorting out the memories that the Princess of Chu gave him, Su Yan understood the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, although Su Yan knew about the existence of the Monster Palace, he also knew some things about the Monster Palace. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Through these memories, Su Yan truly understood the existence of the Monster Palace. Although the Supreme Demon Palace was a sect. However, within the Monster Palace, there were 4 main palaces: East, West, South, and North. These 4 great palaces also belonged to one side, and each palace had a palace master. However, the East Palace had always been the main palace. Although the Princess of Chu was only one of the 4 palace masters, she was the master of the entire Monster Palace. In other words, the other 3 palaces were only subsidiary palaces of the East Palace. Of course, being a subsidiary was one thing. Every year, the 4 great palaces would fight both openly and covertly for the position of the ruler of the entire palace. It was only because of the existence of the Princess of Chu that for many years, the East Palace's position among the 4 great palaces had never been shaken. In the memories, the Princess of Chu also taught him about the open and covert struggles of the 4 great palaces. Other than facing external enemies, the 4 great palaces basically did not interact with each other on a daily basis. Even the people of the 4 great palaces often had some fights. Of course, these things only happened in the other 3 palaces. Because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, very few people would attack the East Palace. After all, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the people of the East Palace had a sense of superiority. Not only that, this sense of superiority was also a symbol of strength. However, this symbol of strength was only among the palace masters. Among the disciples, the East Palace did not have this sense of superiority. Of course, these things were not in the memories. Su Yan still did not know. Su Yan now understood that there were many benefits in the Monster Palace. These benefits would always surpass the hidden sword tomb. The hidden sword tomb was divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. However, there was no such thing in the Monster Palace. In the Monster Palace, all the disciples were treated equally. Only strength was king. The strong were the senior brothers, and the weak were the junior brothers. This made Su Yan involuntarily think of the gloomy Qin Luo he saw in the room just now. According to Chu Linger, Qin Luo was the eldest senior brother in the East Palace. Qin Luo was the strongest among the disciples of the East Palace. The strongest among the disciples. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought, this Chu Linger is already the emperor of Tianxiang. If Qin Luo is the strongest, then his strength. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought about it. In the hidden sword tomb, although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest, he had always been in existence favored by the heavens. But now, Su Yan felt a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was caused by the strength of these disciples to Su Yan. In the Monster Palace, saints were everywhere, and the emperor of Tianxiang could only be regarded as outstanding. This made Su Yan, who was only a 3-meridian saint, feel a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, for some reason, Su Yan's heart surged with a desire for strength. The emperor of Tianxiang. Su Yan thought as he licked his lips, and a look of determination burst out from his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan also thought of a very serious problem. In the 10,000 Ghosts cave, Su Yan had tried to break through the 4th holy meridian. Unfortunately, when he was absorbing the ghost energy, he was interrupted. This caused Su Yan to fail in forming the holy meridian. However, the ghost energy had opened up the holy meridian in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan wanted to form the 4th holy meridian now, he could only rely on the ghost energy to do so. Ghost energy was originally a rare thing in the world. Now that he was in the Monster Palace, Su Yan really did not know where to find the ghost energy to form his 4th holy meridian. If this 4th holy meridian was not formed, he would not be able to break through the next holy meridian. Thinking about these problems, Su Yan could not help but frown. This is a troublesome matter. However, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it. Although there were very few places in the world with ghost energy, Su Yan believed that as long as he looked for it, such a place would definitely exist. He sorted through the memories that the Princess of Chu had passed to him. Su Yan had a general understanding of the entire Monster Palace. In addition to the existence of the 4 great palaces in the Monster Palace. In each palace, there were several large and small palaces. For example, the place where Su Yan was standing now was the Monster Palace. The East Palace main hall was also the residence and cultivation place of the palace master. Here, unless there was an important matter to attend to, or if the palace master allowed it, one could not enter casually on normal days. Su Yan did not know this rule just now. Now that he knew this rule, he could not help but look around a few more times. The cultivation method in his body was activated, and he absorbed the spirit energy around him. He could not help but smile. This place is indeed where the East Palace main hall is located. The spirit energy here is probably dozens of times denser than the immortal sword peak in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan felt the spirit energy around him, but he did not absorb it. His 4th holy meridian had already been formed, so it was useless even if he absorbed the spirit energy. In addition to the main hall, there were also various large and small palaces. For example, in the Monster Palace, some disciples who had made great contributions to the Monster Palace were given personal palaces by the Monster Palace. In these palaces, there were slaves. In addition to these, the palaces were also divided into the Elixir Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, the Hidden Sword Palace, the Sword Forging Palace. All kinds of palaces used for ordinary disciples to cultivate were clearly divided. Thinking of so many palaces, Su Yan could not help but be amazed by the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, when Su Yan was in Jingzhou City, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. Now, compared to the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew that the Hidden Sword Tomb was nothing compared to the Monster Palace. In fact, regardless of the size of the Monster Palace, just from the strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace, It was enough to see the power of the Monster Palace. Qin Luo and Chu Linger were only disciples of the Monster Palace, but they were already emperors of heaven. They were many times stronger than the true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Of course, these palaces were not the only ones in the Monster Palace. There were also many forbidden areas. In the memories given by the Princess of Chu, there were some introductions to these palaces, but there were only a few sentences about the forbidden areas. Forbidden areas, only the palace master of the palace can enter. With just a few sentences, Su Yan could feel the Monster Palace's strict prohibition of the forbidden areas. At the same time, it was also because of this restriction that Su Yan had some expectations for the Forbidden Lands. After figuring out the general situation of the entire Monster Palace, Su Yan reluctantly left the main hall. If possible, Su Yan really wanted to stay here and not leave. After all, the East Palace main hall was the place with the densest spirit aura in the entire Monster Palace. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, if there was nothing wrong with the main hall, he could not enter it casually. Who knew when he would come back again after leaving this time? Reluctance was one thing. Su Yan still resolutely left. After all, spirit aura was useless to Su Yan now. Su Yan had to find ghost aura now. Where in the world is there ghost aura in this Monster Palace? Su Yan muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. As soon as he walked out, he saw Chu Linger waiting for him. Looking at Chu Linger's innocent face, all the irritation in Su Yan's heart disappeared at this moment. He greeted Chu Linger and asked, "Young Palace Master, why are you still here?" "I'm waiting for you," Chu Linger said without hiding anything. She was obviously very happy to see Su Yan. Then she asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, what did my mother say to you?" "Nothing. She just wanted me to become a disciple of the Monster Palace," Su Yan said faintly. He did not say a word about the Princess of Chu's question. When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, a smile appeared on her face. "Hee, Su Yan, now that you have become a disciple of the Monster Palace, you will be my junior brother from now on." While speaking, Chu Linger pretended to be an adult. She tiptoed and patted Su Yan's head. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. At the same time, looking at Chu Linger's appearance, Su Yan suddenly sighed in his heart. Why do people live in this world? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Su Yan knew that he could not be as innocent as Chu Linger and live a happy life every day. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the reason Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly was because in 3 days, the Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of her in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Only the memories of Su Yan saving her were left. Even the memories of her, Xiao Ju, and Sister Ping were left. In fact, the Princess of Chu had originally wanted to erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. However, when she thought about the strangeness of Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu had another idea. That was why she did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. That was why Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly. That was why Chu Linger did not have any restraints in her heart. Chapter 176. Without the sadness of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Chu Linger was like a snow lotus. She was so bright and lovable. Looking at Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't know why he thought of the red-clothed figure on the heavenly sword peak of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Thinking of that red-clothed figure, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but frown. She asked, "Su Yan, what's wrong? Don't you want to be my junior brother?" Su Yan was stunned, then smiled and said, "No, why wouldn't I like it? Hello, senior sister." When Su Yan called her senior sister, Chu Linger immediately giggled. She happily pulled Su Yan's hand and said, "Let's go, junior brother. I'll take you to receive this month's offerings." Su Yan nodded and followed Chu Linger. Offerings were a benefit that every Monster Palace disciple could enjoy. The only difference was that it depended on one's strength. Su Yan was now a Monster Palace disciple, so he naturally had his share of offerings. The two of them walked and chatted as they walked, laughing and laughing. Suddenly, they attracted the attention of many disciples. "Well, who is that person? Why is he so close to junior sister?" Many disciples didn't know about the 10,000 Ghosts cave, and they didn't know Su Yan. Now that they suddenly saw a stranger walking so close to Chu Linger, they couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. After all, Chu Linger was born beautiful, lively, and cute. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. Now that they saw their goddess walking with a stranger, they were naturally angry. Su Yan felt the hostile gazes from the side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senior sister, I'm afraid my days in Monster Palace won't be easy in the future." "What?" Chu Linger obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Su Yan's words. She tilted her head and blinked her eyes at Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned when he saw Chu Linger's expression. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Chu Linger was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. She muttered, "Muddle-headed, you really are a silly junior brother." With that, Chu Linger skipped ahead. Along the way, she kept greeting the seniors and juniors around her. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Clearly, Chu Ling was very popular in the Eastern Palace. Actually, that was not the case. Not to mention Chu Ling-er's identity as the young palace lord, just Chu Ling-er's naive and innocent appearance was the object of many people's love. Su Yan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Why did I say this to her? Isn't it good to let her be an innocent girl?" Su Yan thought with a smile and followed Chu Linger. Soon, the two of them walked and arrived at the palace where the offerings were distributed. Because the Monster Palace had a fixed time to distribute offerings every month, and this time was not the time to distribute offerings, there were not many people in the palace. Soon, Su Yan received the offerings and came out. There were 100 spirit stones and various elixirs to assist in cultivation. Although they were only elixirs to assist in cultivation, Su Yan couldn't help but admire the power of the Monster Palace. With such offerings, one a month, it was probably not something that any sect could afford. Moreover, these offerings were only for Su Yan, the saint, and did not include the offerings that Emperor Tianxiang received. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace mainly because of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. While enjoying these offerings and being accompanied by a cute little girl next door, Su Yan suddenly thought that it would be a good choice to stay in the Monster Palace. Of course, this was just a thought. Su Yan knew that the Monster Palace was destined to be a place for him to pass through. It was not even comparable to the Hidden Sword Tomb. This was because when he joined the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was not the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. At that time, Su Yan was only focused on the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yan did not even think that one day he would be expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. "Little junior brother, this offering needs to be handed over." As soon as Su Yan came out with the offerings, Chu Linger mischievously came up and extended her hand to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned, but seeing Chu Linger's expression, he could not bear to refuse her. He obediently handed over the offerings that he had just received to Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was so cooperative, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and scold him. "I was just kidding. What a silly junior brother." Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. He really did not know how to get along with Su Yan's personality. Along the way, Su Yan had always been a lone traveler. Even with Lu Fei, Ouyang Tianqing, and some other friends, they did not talk much. When he was with Lu Fei, it was Lu Fei who kept talking. Su Yan had always been a man of few words. Every time he heard Lu Fei's nagging, Su Yan had the urge to beat him up. Now that he suddenly had a girl next door friend, Su Yan really did not know how to get along with her. It was no wonder that Chu Linger called him silly. "Silly junior brother." When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's embarrassed smile, she could not help but scold him again. Then she said, "Silly junior brother, senior sister will naturally not take your offerings, but you have to be careful. Other senior brothers are not as kind as senior sister." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he could not help but frown. He did not understand the meaning of Chu Linger's words. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's appearance and did not keep him in suspense. She smiled and said, "Silly junior brother, in our Monster Palace, when the offerings are distributed every month, the senior brothers will compete with each other. The loser has to obediently hand over the offerings." "Can't I refuse?" Su Yan asked. "Yes, why not?" But who is willing to be a coward? Chu Linger said as she blinked her eyes. She looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression and said, "Silly junior brother, are you going to be a coward?" Su Yan couldn't help but blush with shame. He coughed dryly and thought about the matter of his ghost chi. He changed the topic and asked, "Senior sister, do you know where there are more corpses in Supreme Demon Palace?" Places with more corpses. When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she could not help but be surprised. She did not directly answer Su Yan's question. Instead, she looked at Su Yan with a strange expression and said, "Silly junior brother, what do you want to do? Why do you want to go to a place with more corpses?" When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's question, he did not know how to answer. After all, the matter of him cultivating a unique holy bloodline was too strange. Su Yan did not know how to explain it to Chu Linger. However, before Su Yan could answer, a voice came from the side. "The place with more corpses is naturally the dock." Second senior brother. When Chu Linger saw the person who came, she jumped up to greet him. Then she explained to Su Yan, "Silly junior brother, this is our Eastern Palace's second senior brother, Nangong Xiangming." Second senior brother, hello. Su Yan cupped his hands towards him. His expression did not change at all. He still maintained his cold expression. However, when he felt the faint spiritual power flowing through Nangong Xiangming's body, Su Yan could not help but tremble in his heart. Another emperor of heaven. Nangong Xiangming did not care about Su Yan's actions. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger tenderly and said, "Little junior sister, a big play is about to start at the drama hall. Do you want to go together?" Chu Linger immediately clapped her hands. Her face was full of expectation, but she did not forget Su Yan. She turned to Su Yan and said, "Silly junior brother, do you want to go together?" Before Su Yan could answer, Nangong Xiangming heard how Chu Linger addressed Su Yan. He could not help but frown. Although Chu Linger was not the strongest among the disciples of the Monster Palace, she was not the weakest either. According to the rules of the Monster Palace, the stronger one was the senior brother. However, Chu Linger had always asked others to only address her as junior sister. Because Chu Linger was like a little sister next door, everyone was willing to call her junior sister. However, Chu Linger was now calling Su Yan junior brother. It was originally an ordinary form of address, but this unique form of address caused Nangong Xiangming to feel a trace of dissatisfaction, especially when he heard Chu Linger's invitation. Nangong Xiangming immediately cast a threatening look at Su Yan. Su Yan originally did not want to go. After all, the so-called big show was nothing more than some entertainment. Its purpose was to please everyone and add some fun to the boring cultivation life. Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. But looking at Nangong Xiangming's threatening look, Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with pride. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go together." The moment Su Yan agreed, Nangong Xiangming's killing intent surged out of his body. Chu Linger did not notice, but when she heard Su Yan agree, she smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's go together. Let's go together." After saying that, Chu Linger took the lead and led the way. Only Nangong Xiangming and Su Yan were left behind. When Nangong Xiangming saw Chu Linger walk forward, his face suddenly sank. A powerful spiritual energy forced Su Yan to shout, "Boy, you'd better know your place. You'd better stay away from junior sister. Otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the strength of the Emperor Tianxiang suddenly pressed down on Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly felt the blood and qi in his body surging. He was stunned on the spot. Nangong Xiangming looked at Su Yan and smiled coldly. Then he caught up with Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that only Nangong Xiangming was coming up, she frowned slightly. She turned to Su Yan and shouted, "Silly junior brother, hurry up. What are you waiting for?" When he heard Chu Linger's words, Su Yan resisted the surging blood and qi in his body and shouted, "Senior sister, I won't go. You guys go." "It's really strange that you don't want to go." Chu Linger scolded, but didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She left with Nangong Xiangming. Puchi. As soon as Chu Linger left, Su Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason why Su Yan didn't go was not that he was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but he didn't want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. Chapter 177. Su Yan did not intend to go with Chu Linger. It was only because of Nangong Xiangming's threat that Su Yan agreed to go. Now that Su Yan was injured by the spiritual pressure, he did not go. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but Su Yan did not want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. He did not want the innocent Chu Linger to know about the darkness. He also knew that if Chu Linger knew about the matter between him and Nangong Xiangming, Chu Linger would definitely help him talk to Nangong Xiangming. This was not what Su Yan wanted to see. Matters between men should be resolved by men. Nangong Xiangming's threat did not make Su Yan feel fear. Instead, it made Su Yan's desire for power reach the peak. Su Yan's eyes were filled with determination and malevolence. What Su Yan needed the most now was Ghost Qi to break through his fourth Saint Meridian. Only by forming his fourth Saint Meridian would he be able to do so. Su Yan's strength would he be able to improve. Although Nangong Xiangming told him that the place with the most corpses was the dock, Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Although the dock did not sound dangerous, Su Yan knew that since Nangong Xiangming told him about it, it was obviously not a good place. If Su Yan was not injured, it would be fine. Under the pressure of Nangong Xiangming's spiritual qi, Su Yan's internal injuries weren't small. Su Yan had to restore himself. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yan didn't know where the sea dock was. He had to find someone to ask. Of course, Su Yan did not choose to heal himself here. Instead, he went to his assigned disciple hall. Su Yan had just joined the Monster Palace, so he did not have much to contribute to the Monster Palace. The Monster Palace would not give him an independent disciple hall. Instead, it was the younger brother's hall. Although this was also a huge palace, there were many disciples living in this palace. Compared to the luxurious palace where one person could enjoy an entire palace, this palace only had one room per person. Obviously, it was much more miserable. Fortunately, Su Yan did not have many requirements for these living places. As long as there was a place to stay and allow him to have an independent space, that was enough. Relying on the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu, Su Yan quickly found his residence. However, before Su Yan could enter, many people surrounded him. They all looked at Su Yan with murderous eyes. Clearly, they were up to no good. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled calmly. He didn't want to pay any attention to them, so he took a detour. Unfortunately, these people did not intend to give Su Yan a chance to leave. They went forward to block Su Yan's path. A disciple with countless scales on his face blocked Su Yan's path. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Are you a new disciple? Hand over today's offerings." Su Yan looked at this disciple with countless scales on his face. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Why?" The disciple with countless scales on his face was straightforward. He smiled coldly and clenched his fist. "No reason. Because I am the palace master, and I am stronger than you. I am your senior brother. Is that so?" Su Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the disciple who was covered in scales. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that you are my match? Stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly. In the future, stay away from our junior sister. Otherwise, we will teach you a lesson today. Yes, stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly if you know what's good for you." This time, the scaly man didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, the people around him started to shout. When Su Yan heard this, he smiled indifferently. "What? You want to bully me with numbers?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the scaly man waved his hand and the surroundings immediately quieted down. "Brat, don't say that we are bullying you with numbers. Can you handle me alone?" As the scaly man spoke, his spiritual energy suddenly surged and a majestic spiritual energy rushed towards Su Yan. The aura of a saint from the 5 bloodlines was so strong and so threatening. Under the pressure of the boundless spiritual aura, the white clothes on Su Yan's body started to flutter. However, Su Yan remained unmoved. Only his eyes, which were looking at the scaly man, continued to emit a resplendent glow. He faintly opened his mouth and asked, Can I kill people here? When the people around him heard Su Yan's words, they were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and shouted one after another. What an arrogant brat! You want to kill a saint from the 3 bloodlines? Yes. Do you want to kill senior brother Wuxia? Countless voices sounded. Some people looked down on Su Yan, while others shouted for the scaly man to teach Su Yan a lesson. Senior brother Wuxia, quickly teach this brat a lesson. Yes, senior brother Wuxia, beat this brat up. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense. When the scaly man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but feel a burst of anger. However, he was calmer than the others. He looked at Su Yan and said slowly, in the monster palace, when disciples fight, if the weaker one wins, the winner can kill. Can I? Hearing this, Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly as an evil grin appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yan smirk, Wuxia was furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, do you still want to kill me?" Su Yan shouted and patted his storage bag. The ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Suddenly, a ghost howl sounded and emitted an eerie aura. When Wuxia saw Su Yan's ghost howl sword, he could not help but frown. Obviously, he was surprised that the ghost howl sword could emit such power. However, this surprise quickly disappeared. His eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at Su Yan and said disdainfully, "Brat, since you want a beating, don't blame me, go to hell." Su Yan had always been a person who did not like to waste words. Without waiting for Wuxia to finish speaking, he shouted coldly and his body suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand directly pierced towards Wuxia. His speed was as fast as lightning. So fast. With just one sword, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Su Yan, a saint with 3 bloodlines, could burst out with such speed. Wuxia was also taken aback. However, he was a saint of the 5 veins after all, so he quickly reacted. His figure quickly flew backwards and narrowly avoided Su Yan's sword. The look of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan was no longer one of disdain. Instead, it had turned solemn. "Good boy, your speed is not bad, but I don't know how strong you are," Wuxia said. At the same time, he shouted and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, there was a ritual instrument in his hand. Monster Palace was different from other sects. If other sects had people who cultivated ritual instruments, they were all cultivators of ritual instruments. Sword sects, on the other hand, were all cultivators of swords. Monster Palace, on the other hand, had people who cultivated swords and magic weapons. Wuxia was obviously not a swordsman. He had taken out a magic weapon. This magic weapon was like a huge water fish. The moment it was taken out, the fish's mouth emitted a ripple. Obviously, it was also an extraordinary item. The moment Wuxia summoned his magic treasure, he didn't waste any more words and activated his magic treasure. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful wave burst out from the fish's mouth. The moment the wave appeared, it suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. Its speed was fast, like the huge waves of the East Sea, directly covering Su Yan. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all retreated. Their faces were full of horror. Senior brother Wuxia, this Yu Wuhan's magic weapon has been cultivated to the extreme. Yes, you know that senior brother Wuxia is only a saint of the 5 meridians. If he becomes a celestial emperor, how powerful will this Yu Wuhan be? Yes, this arrogant boy under senior brother Wuxia's move, there is no way he can avoid it. Let's see what qualifications he has to be arrogant now. When the surrounding people saw the huge wave released by Wuxia's magic weapon, they were sure that Su Yan could not avoid it. Su Yan looked at the huge wave that was surging towards him, but he was very ferocious. But Su Yan did not have a trace of fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body suddenly jumped up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand, and slashed down. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. In an instant, countless ghostly cries filled the air. The ghost howl sword emitted a powerful black fog, which instantly condensed into a huge ghost head. The moment the ghost head appeared, it opened a huge mouth and bit toward the wave. Bang! A loud boom rang out as the wave and the enormous ghost head collided and exploded. This is... Everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan could burst out with such a powerful move and block Yu Xiang's attack. Yu Xiang could not help but be stunned. But at the moment he was stunned, a sword light flashed in front of him, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. Yu Xiang was shocked. He shouted and hurriedly raised the magic weapon in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword struck Yu Xiang's magic weapon, Yu Wuhan, and immediately burst out with a crisp sound. Yu Xiang was shocked and took a few steps back. Yu Xiang's face became even more surprised. He looked at Su Yan and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How is it possible? He is only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he burst out such powerful spiritual energy?" Yu Xiang was angered by this. His whole body trembled with anger. He operated his cultivation method, and the spiritual energy of a saint of 5 bloodlines also surged and pressed towards Su Yan. Under this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan frowned slightly, but his body did not slow down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly slashed at Yu Xiang. Is it like this again? The moment Yu Xiang's spiritual energy surged, his confidence increased a lot. With a cold smile, he stepped forward and raised Yu Wuhan in his hand to meet Su Yan. Chapter 178. That's it. When Su Yan saw the water pillar that was attacking him, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance rapidly. Immediately, a sword cry resounded. The constantly moving sword light was so fast that it seemed to have transformed into countless long swords. Crackle, crackle. The water column was sliced off section by section until all of it slid down. You think that's it? Of course, Yu Xiang was a saint of 5 veins and his strength was not limited to that. The moment Su Yan blocked the water column, Yu Xiang suddenly leaped up and made a hand seal. A powerful water column burst out from Yu Wuhan. The moment the water pillars appeared, a series of loud booms rang out and fell down. Su Yan frowned, but he did not have time to block them. His entire body was enveloped by the water pillars. You still dare to think that's it? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth when he saw that Su Yan was enveloped by the rain of water. If it was any other time, then Yu Xiang would have stopped because even a saint of the 5 bloodlines wouldn't be able to escape if they were struck by his rain of water. But today, it was probably Su Yan's arrogance that provoked Yu Xiang's anger. Yu Xiang did not stop because of this. The moment the water column burst out, Yu Xiang roared again and waved his Yu Wuhan. In an instant, countless water waves surged. Like 1,000 layers of huge waves, they pounced on Su Yan and covered Su Yan's entire body. The onlookers were all horrified when they saw this. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by the water column and the huge waves, and gloated, "Now this kid is definitely dead. How dare he be so arrogant in front of our senior brother Yu Xiang?" That's right. Even our senior brothers don't dare to fight senior brother Yu Xiang. With his strength of 3 veins, he's courting death. When he heard the surrounding crowd's words, the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth lifted into a pleased smile. He looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by water pillars, and coldly laughed, "Brat, you are courting death. Don't blame my senior." Is that so? Before Yu Xiang could finish speaking, an evil voice came from within the rain of water pillars. Coincidentally, at that moment, the water pillars and waves retreated. Su Yan's body slowly appeared. His entire body was emitting a powerful golden light. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dazzling. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he still stand under the water column attack of senior brother Yu Xiang? Impossible, this can't be real. When the surrounding people saw that Su Yan was still standing there, their faces were filled with horror. Most of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. They all thought that Su Yan was going to die. Even if Su Yan did not die, he should be lying in a pool of blood. However, Su Yan was still standing there, unharmed. Even his clothes were not damaged. How could they believe this? Yu Xiang looked at Su Yan and was stunned. How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yan looked at Yu Xiang and smiled coldly. His body suddenly surged forward, as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Yu Xiang. The ghost howl sword in his hand was pointed at Yu Xiang. The sword light flashed and was already at Yu Xiang's throat. Although Yu Xiang could still attack, he did not expect Su Yan to be able to stand under his ferocious attacks. Moreover, Su Yan was able to attack so quickly. The sword light flashed and the ghost howl sword was already in front of him. There was no time to dodge. Yu Xiang screamed in fear and fell to the ground. He watched as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through his body. When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they screamed. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through Yu Xiang's throat, Su Yan stopped and withdrew the sword. He said coldly, "Killing you will dirty my hands." Yu Xiang screamed in fear. Something flowed out from his crotch and wet his pants. The onlookers were also stunned. They looked at Su Yan as if they were looking at a monster. A 3-meridian saint. Su Yan was only a 3-meridian saint. How could he do that? Su Yan did not pay attention to their gazes. He withdrew the ghost howl sword and turned to walk away, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They did not react until Su Yan was far away. They all ran to help Yu Xiang. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just left, suddenly turned around. The few of them were so scared that their bodies trembled. A trace of disdain flashed across Su Yan's face as he said word by word, "Remember, my name is Su Yan. I am not someone you can easily bully." Su Yan's name was forever engraved in their hearts. They did not dare to challenge Su Yan again. For Su Yan, this was just a small episode. Although he was only a 3-meridian saint, 2 levels lower than Yu Xiang, Su Yan had the invincible golden body, the blood dragon pupil and the flying sword in the red fire sword case. Su Yan was confident that he could even fight a 6-meridian saint. A saint was no longer Su Yan's target. Emperor Tianxiang was Su Yan's target. Su Yan's eyes glowed red when he thought of Nangong Xiangming's last look and Qin Luo's gloomy expression. His desire for strength reached its peak. Of course, Su Yan was still calm despite his desire. Su Yan's mind had passed through the endless corridors of the Buddha sword and comprehended it at Chobo's place. Ordinary people could not compare to him. The angrier Su Yan was, the calmer he became. Although Su Yan was angry at the humiliation Nangong Xiangming had brought him, his heart was still as clear as a mirror. If he wanted to move forward, he had to find the ghostly qi. He had no other choice. Only ghostly qi could help him recondense his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yan believed that Nangong Xiangming had not lied to him about the dock. However, Su Yan also knew that Nangong Xiangming would not be so kind as to warn him. Since he was able to warn him, it meant that the dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan thought about the dock. He sat cross-legged and ran his cultivation method. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy to restore the spirit energy in his body and heal the injuries Nangong Xiangming had caused him. Because of the sword intent of the red fire sword case and the abundant spirit energy in the monster palace, Su Yan recovered to his peak state in less than an hour. Since he had recovered, Su Yan planned to go to the dock. Su Yan had a rough understanding of the monster palace with the memories given by the Princess of Chu. However, there was no memory of the dock in the memories. The island of the monster palace was so big that it would not be easy to find the dock. Su Yan did not know who to ask for help. Just as Su Yan was in trouble, there was a knock on the door. Su Yan frowned slightly, but he still got up to open the door. Seeing that it was Yu Xiang and his followers, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "Are you still not convinced?" "Senior brother Su, it's a misunderstanding." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, his whole body suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother Su, we are here to offer this month's offerings." As he spoke, Yu Xiang held the offerings he had received this month and presented them to Su Yan with both hands. Su Yan looked at the offerings in Yu Xiang's hands and frowned. He thought to himself, "I just entered the monster palace and am not familiar with many things. If I have these people running errands, it will save me some trouble in the future." Su Yan made up his mind and looked at the offering in Yu Xiang's hand. He waved his hand and said, "This offering is for you to keep by your side. As long as you listen to my orders in the future, it will be fine." When Yu Xiang and the others heard that Su Yan did not take the offerings, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior brother Su, from now on, all the disciples of this palace will obey your orders. From now on, you are the palace master of this palace." Although Su Yan was not interested in being the palace master, he did not refuse and nodded slightly. Seeing that they were still afraid of him, Su Yan waved his hand and said, "Come in." Hearing that Su Yan wanted them to go in, the few of them tiptoed in. Su Yan looked at their fearful faces and said slowly, "Since you have chosen to obey my orders in the future, you don't have to be so afraid. As long as you don't disobey me in the future." Yu Xiang and the others hurriedly nodded, but their fear of Su Yan did not change. Su Yan looked at them and did not say anything. Instead, he asked, "Do you know where the sea dock is?" "The sea dock?" When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he was shocked. "Senior brother Su, why do you ask about the sea dock? I have my own plans." Naturally, Su Yan wouldn't tell them why he wanted to go to the sea dock. Looking at them, it was obvious that they weren't strangers to the sea dock. He opened his mouth and asked, "I asked about the sea dock. Tell me where it is." Su Yan paused and hesitated for a moment. He said, "And where is the sea dock?" "Okay." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he did not dare to ask more. Instead, he introduced the sea dock to Su Yan. "Senior brother Su, you have just entered the monster palace, so you don't know. The sea dock is a dangerous place. If the monster palace disciples are not forced to, no one is willing to go to the sea dock." "What do you mean?" Su Yan asked again. "The entrance to the sea dock is in the suburbs of the western monster palace. The sea dock is said to lead to the East Sea. There are countless dangerous sea beasts there. Some of the monster palace disciples want to hunt sea beasts and enter the sea dock, but most of them do not return. And the sea dock is not only home to sea beasts. The East Sea often has tsunamis that will sweep through the sea dock. This makes the sea dock even more dangerous." Su Yan listened and understood. Obviously, the sea dock is like the Hengduan Mountain, but the Hengduan Mountain is densely covered with monsters, while the sea dock is filled with sea beasts. Chapter 179. After listening to Yu Xiang and the others, Su Yan fell into a moment of hesitation. After all, from Yu Xiang's words, Su Yan could feel that the sea dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan did not want to rush into such an unknown place. Unfortunately, when he asked Yu Xiang and the others, they all said that they did not know if there were any other places with many corpses and ghostly auras. This left Su Yan with no other choice. It seems that this trip to the sea dock is inevitable. Su Yan muttered to himself. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. His eyes flashed and a red light surged out. "Sea beasts. I wonder if my blood dragon eyes have any effect on sea beasts." Sea beasts only existed in the East Sea. There were no sea beasts in other places. Su Yan had only seen rumors of sea beasts in books. He had never seen a real sea beast. However, he had never seen one before. Su Yan was also clear that sea beasts were much stronger than demonic beasts. "No matter what, I have to go to the sea dock." Su Yan thought about it and did not hesitate anymore. After all, he had no other choice. If he did not obtain a ghostly aura, he would not be able to form his fourth meridian. After making up his mind, Su Yan didn't plan on staying any longer. He resolutely stepped onto the path of the dock. The entrance to the sea dock was on the outskirts of the West Palace. Although they were all within the Monster Palace, because of the conflicts between the East, West, North, and South Palaces, there were very few interactions between the palaces. Moreover, the two palaces were located at the east and west ends of the West. They were the furthest apart. If Su Yan were to travel with his current strength, he might not be able to reach the sea dock even if he walked for several months. Fortunately, there were teleportation portals between the palaces. These teleportation portals belonged to the Monster Palace and were not guarded. Everyone in the Monster Palace could use them. Su Yan entered the teleportation portal to the West Palace. No one noticed. However, after arriving at the West Palace, Su Yan became much more careful. If he was discovered by the people of the West Palace, he would get into some trouble. More importantly, the disciples of the West Palace were much stronger than the disciples of the East Palace. If Qin Luo and Nangong Xiangming were to come out, Su Yan did not think that he would have the strength to resist them. As such, Su Yan was extremely careful as he walked through the West Palace. Fortunately, Su Yan was quite lucky. Along the way, no one from the West Palace noticed Su Yan. It was probably because very few people were willing to go to the sea dock that Su Yan was not discovered. With Yu Xiang and the others' detailed descriptions, Su Yan quickly found the entrance to the dock. Just as he approached the entrance, Su Yan felt a majestic power surge out of the dock. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Su Yan could not help but frown. He became more cautious about this trip to the sea dock. Since I've already come this far, how can I retreat? Su Yan steadied his mind and no longer hesitated. He strode toward the entrance of the sea dock. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Su Yan stepped into the entrance of the sea dock, a loud whistling sound suddenly entered his ears. That whistling sound was deafening. Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly used his qi to resist. The moment the qi protected his body, the ripples in his heart slowly calmed down. The sea dock really lives up to its name. Su Yan felt the power of the sea dock and could not help but nod. However, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His eyes shone with a firm gaze as he resolutely stepped forward. He had already learned from Yu Xiang that the sea dock was actually a huge passage that kept going forward. It was only at the deepest part of the sea dock. Yu Xiang meant that no one had ever reached the deepest part of the sea dock. Even the palace masters of the Monster Palace had never reached the end of the sea dock, so no one knew what the end of the sea dock was. Of course, Su Yan was not interested in the end of the sea dock. Now, Su Yan wanted to find a place where ghost qi existed. In fact, ghost qi was everywhere in the world. As long as someone died unjustly, ghost qi would be formed. However, just a little bit of ghost qi was useless to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed was a lot of ghost qi. Only ghost qi that was as rich as spirit qi could allow Su Yan to successfully condense his fourth holy meridian. After walking for almost an hour, Su Yan did not encounter any ghost qi except for the fact that he did not encounter any danger. This made Su Yan anxious. I've been walking for more than an hour now, and I haven't seen a corpse or a wisp of ghost qi. Is there really ghost qi in the sea dock? Su Yan's eyes fell into a daze. If there was no ghost qi in the sea dock, Su Yan really did not know where he could go to get ghost qi. He definitely could not return to the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, even if he entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave 10 times, he would die 10 times. Plop! Just as Su Yan was confused, there was a sudden loud noise. Suddenly, a huge sea beast rushed over. This sea beast was like a water snake, but it had 4 legs. Its body was smooth and without any markings, and its entire body was dark black. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly retreated. Sea beast. Although this was the first time Su Yan had seen a real sea beast, he was able to recognize it at first glance. However, he did not know the name of this sea beast, nor did he know the strength of this sea beast. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the ghost howl sword. At the same time, without giving the sea beast any chance to react, the blood dragon pupil turned and flashed forward. The ghost howl sword in its hand slashed down horizontally, emitting a mournful ghost howl. Plop! The water snake-like 4-legged sea beast was suddenly split into 2 and fell to the ground. Looking at the sea beast's body on the ground, Su Yan could not help but smile. It seems that sea beasts are only SOSO. However, before Su Yan could finish speaking, he looked at the sea beast's body on the ground and was stunned. The sea beast that looked like a water snake on the ground did not die because of the attack. Instead, it was split into 2. The 2 halves of its body wriggled again and grew 4 limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like that, 1 sea beast became 2. Su Yan's scalp tingled as he saw this. The solar-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and quickly slashed at the 2 sea beasts. But, bang! two loud noises were heard and the two sea beasts were split into four. However, with the previous experience, Su Yan was not happy. Instead, he stared at the sea beast's body. As expected, the sea beast's body grew again, from 2 to 4. With the previous experience, Su Yan was not as flustered as before. He only frowned slightly. The strength of sea beasts is indeed not something that demonic beasts can compare to. Su Yan thought as he rotated the blood dragon pupil. A red light surged out and shone on the sea beast's body. However, the sea beast was only stunned for a moment before it immediately recovered and went berserk. The four-legged sea beast pounced at Su Yan at the same time. The blood dragon pupil is indeed useless against these sea beasts. Su Yan murmured. Seeing the sea beasts pouncing at him, he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly jumped up and slashed out with the ghost howl sword in his hand. Once again, he cut the four sea beasts in half. However, he still could not kill the sea beasts. Instead, more and more of them appeared, but their bodies were much smaller than before. Although this was the case, Su Yan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the increasing number of sea beasts. It seems that it is useless to cut them in half. Su Yan looked at the densely packed sea beasts and muttered. He put away the ghost howl sword in his hand. The blood dragon pupil rotated and his body quickly jumped up. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wisp of spiritual energy flowed out from his saint vein. This wisp of spiritual energy contained the heat of the molten green lotus fire. Su Yan slapped it away. Puff! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. The molten green lotus fire burned on the sea beast's body and turned into ashes in an instant. It was no longer reborn. After a few consecutive attacks, Su Yan finally cleared all the sea beasts. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Let's see how you will be reborn now. After Su Yan finished speaking, he panted heavily and could not help but smile bitterly. Just one sea beast is already so difficult to deal with. It's no wonder that the world is so fearful of sea beasts. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yan picked up the demonic core of the water snake and, without hesitation, proceeded forward. No matter what, Su Yan had already decided that he would definitely condense his fourth Saint Meridian today. Su Yan walked forward again. Another sea beast appeared. This sea beast was different from the one Su Yan had seen previously. It looked like a cheetah, but unlike a cheetah, it had no fur on its body. Instead, there was a wave of water flowing around it. Su Yan could not help but frown. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Looking at the cheetah-like sea beast, he suddenly swung his sword. But, because he did not know the strength of the sea beast, Su Yan did not use his full strength. The moment he swung his sword, the sea beast suddenly exploded and slapped its palm towards Su Yan's ghost howl sword. Su Yan's body trembled. He quickly retreated a few steps. Looking at the sea beast, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. This sea beast is obviously much stronger than the previous one. Roar! The sea beast suddenly let out a low roar. In an instant, it pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but feel a burst of anger. He shouted, "Beast, how dare you take the initiative to attack?" While speaking, Su Yan's figure rushed out. Facing the attack of the sea beast, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand struck out. The moment the sword light flashed, a loud sound was immediately heard. It directly stabbed towards the sea beast's abdomen. Su Yan could not help but smile. "Let's see how you block it." Bang! But just as Su Yan's smile appeared, the moment the ghost howl sword struck the sea beast, Su Yan's smile suddenly froze. Originally, Su Yan wanted to cut open the sea beast's abdomen with one strike. However, the moment the ghost howl sword pierced through the sea beast's abdomen, a powerful wave of water appeared under the sea beast's abdomen, directly protecting it. Not only that, a powerful force spread out from the water wave. Su Yan, who was holding the ghost howl sword, suddenly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He almost lost his grip on the ghost howl sword. What a powerful beast! Chapter 180. The appearance of this cheetah-like sea beast also made Su Yan realize the true strength of sea beasts. Looking at this sea beast, Su Yan didn't attack rashly, but carefully observed its movements. Su Yan believed that even if this sea beast was powerful, it must have some flaws. Bang! While Su Yan was observing, the sea beast once again rushed towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, plus speed itself was something that Su Yan had always been proud of. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the attack of this cheetah-like sea beast. However, Su Yan knew that if he didn't quickly deal with this cheetah-like sea beast, if he let it continue to attack like this, then sooner or later, the spirit chi in his body would be exhausted by this sea beast. Let's test you again. Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast rushing towards him. His eyes moved quickly, and at the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand once again attacked, and directly broke the body of the cheetah-like sea beast. Bang! Unfortunately, at the moment when Su Yan's attack was about to hit, the body of the cheetah-like sea beast fluctuated, and in an instant, a water wave barrier appeared and blocked Su Yan's attack. At the same time, the water wave also attacked along with the ghost howl sword. At the same time, a huge and strange force surged up. Su Yan was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword, and quickly rushed back to avoid that force surging up. Is there really no way to break it? Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast and frowned. Although the attack of this sea beast wasn't very good, its defense was too abnormal. Moreover, the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, each attack was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, even if Su Yan could avoid the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast, but with the spirit chi in his body disappearing, if he couldn't kill this cheetah-like sea beast, then in less than half an hour, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body would be exhausted. At that time, it would be the end of Su Yan. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast's defense was too strong. Su Yan tried a few more times, but he still couldn't break it. Su Yan had raised his speed to the limit while dodging the attacks of the cheetah sea beast. Therefore, he had consumed a huge amount of spirit energy. Therefore, Su Yan was gasping for breath after doing this several times. Is there really no way to deal with this beast? Su Yan took advantage of the gap between the attacks of the cheetah sea beast and gasped for breath. At the same time, he also observed the body of the cheetah sea beast and wanted to find a flaw. I've already tried attacking its body, feet, tail, and head. They're all useless. Su Yan looked at the cheetah sea beast and tried to figure out its weak points. But before Su Yan could figure it out, the cheetah once again pounced at them. In desperation, Su Yan could only use his spirit energy to dodge quickly. He didn't dare to attack rashly because every time he attacked the cheetah sea beast, it would only consume the spirit energy in his body faster. Is there really no other way? I'm a dignified peak sword sage. Am I going to die in the hands of this beast? Su Yan's dodging became more and more powerless. There was a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast didn't show any sympathy to Su Yan at all. Instead, it had failed to hit Su Yan dozens of times. This had aroused its ferocious nature. Roar! It didn't give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. With a low roar, it instantly pounced at Su Yan. Its huge bell-like eyes suddenly burst out with an ominous glint. Su Yan was already exhausted. He was quite helpless when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He turned his blood dragon pupil and was about to dodge. However, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the ominous glint in the cheetah sea beast's eyes. Eyes, yes, eyes. Su Yan was overjoyed in his heart. The exhaustion in his body seemed to have dissipated at this moment. A bright light surged in his eyes. He patted his storage pouch and took out the ghost howl sword. Su Yan didn't dodge when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He tightly grasped the ghost howl sword and calmly looked at the cheetah sea beast. Now's the time. Su Yan twisted his hands the moment the cheetah sea beast pounced on him. His body rushed forward. The ghost howl sword stabbed towards the cheetah sea beast's eyes at the same time. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Asterisk bang, asterisk, a loud sound echoed. This time, there was no water wave defense. The ghost howl sword directly pierced through the cheetah sea beast's eyes. The cheetah sea beast roared violently. Its vigorous body suddenly fell to the ground and died with a mournful wail. It's finally over. Su Yen saw that the cheetah sea beast was finally dead. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, his body became soft and fell to the ground. However, Su Yen didn't dare to stop for a moment. He took out the green lotus core fire and the red parting sword box. He operated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to quickly absorb the heat of the green lotus core fire and the sword intent inside the red parting sword box. Coupled with the spirit chi of the world and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, he quickly recovered the spirit chi of his body. Although Su Yen recovered his spirit chi very quickly, but because he had been entangled with the cheetah sea beast for too long, Su Yen recovered for more than 2 hours. During this time, he also swallowed a lot of consecration pills that he had received in the monster palace. Only then did he recover his strength. The moment his spirit chi recovered, the exhaustion in his body also disappeared. His eyes regained the bright light. Just at the moment when he looked into the depths of the sea, Su Yen hesitated again. This sea dock is really extraordinary. It's as fierce as the legends say. But I didn't see any ghost aura. Was this trip worth it? Su Yen hesitated, but in just a moment, it was removed from his mind by Su Yen. No matter what, since I've already come here, how can I give up halfway? Su Yen said. He picked up the sea beast monster core dropped by the cheetah sea beast. His eyes regained the determination. He went all the way forward and encountered several sea beasts. The further they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became. However, with the experience of killing the water snake demonic beast and the cheetah demonic beast, Su Yen also knew that these sea beasts were powerful because they had some special abilities. For example, the water snake sea beast could regenerate, and the cheetah sea beast had no effect on other parts of its body except for its eyes. Therefore, Su Yen was not in a hurry to attack the next few sea beasts he encountered. Instead, he first searched for their weak points or their strong points before launching an attack. The few times he encountered sea beasts, although there were some surprises, there were no real dangers. The moment Su Yen killed a sea beast, Su Yen finally felt a surge of ghost aura. Ghost aura. Feeling this ghost aura, Su Yan's tired posture suddenly swept away. His heart moved and he immediately walked forward. However, just as he took a step, Su Yen stopped and sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the spirit chi and sword intent to restore the spirit chi in his body. It wasn't until an hour later that Su Yen returned to his peak state. Only then did Su Yen take a step forward. The deeper he went, the thicker the ghost chi became. This ghost aura was an existence similar to spirit chi. It was an invisible existence. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to feel the ghost aura in such a place. They would only be able to feel the gloomy feeling. However, Su Yen was different. His fourth saint vein was condensed from the ghost aura. Now that he was close, Su Yen could clearly feel the dense ghost aura. Su Yen was overjoyed. However, amidst his joy, Su Yen quickly noticed the eerie white bones on the ground. His brows involuntarily knitted together. Since there are so many bones here, and the ghost aura is so dense, this is obviously a place of extreme evil. Su Yen thought to himself. His eyes became vigilant. He looked around and gripped the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand. Kyung! At this moment, there was a loud sound. Suddenly, 3 sea beasts rushed out from the side. That's right, 3 sea beasts. This was different from the sea beasts Su Yen had encountered previously. No matter how strong the sea beasts were, there would only be one of them. Now that there were 3 of them, each of them different, Su Yen couldn't help but frown. One sea beast was already difficult to deal with, let alone 3. If Su Yen hadn't felt the ghost aura earlier, he would have definitely turned around and fled. However, now that he felt the ghost aura, this place was exactly what Su Yen needed. Su Yen wouldn't run away no matter what. Looking at the 3 roaring sea beasts, Su Yan's eyes lit up. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. Not only that, the moment Su Yan's blood dragon pupil turned, the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly erupted. With the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yen could control it freely. Because the Dragon Blood Icefire Shield only had the ability to defend against the cold and heat of the world, it had no effect on other attacks. However, now that Su Yan had used it, it was obvious that Su Yan was going to go all out. Roar! The three demonic beasts let out a few low roars and attacked Su Yan in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it far surpassed the sea beasts that Su Yan had encountered earlier. Su Yan was shocked. The blood dragon pupil quickly turned. With a thought, the sword dragon flew out from the storage bag. Su Yan immediately jumped on it and quickly dodged the attack of one of the sea beasts. At the same time, Su Yan memorized the appearance of this sea monster in his mind, trying to find its weakness and its ability. Pyung! Just as Su Yan dodged one of the sea beasts, another one pounced at him. Su Yan was shocked. He circulated his cultivation method and quickly dodged. The sea beast narrowly passed by Su Yan. Bang! Unfortunately, this time there were not only two sea beasts, but three. When Su Yan dodged two of them, he was one step behind. In the end, he was still one step too slow and was hit by another sea beast. His entire body was sent flying backwards. The huge force suddenly shook Su Yan's body. Poochie! Su Yan only felt the blood in his body churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He hurriedly jumped up and looked at the three sea beasts. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The spirit chi in his body quickly surged and rushed into the ghost howl sword. Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Chapter 181. This was a sea beast that looked like a giant bear. Su Yan didn't know what kind of sea beast this was, nor did he know how much energy this sea beast had and why it had the special characteristics of sea beasts. If it was only one sea beast, Su Yan could still take advantage of his speed to observe the characteristics of the sea beast. However, at this moment, there were three sea beasts. Su Yan had nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to attack. A sword art whizzed out, and the huge ghost head instantly slammed into the sea beast that looked like a giant bear. This ghost head was the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan's ghost howl sword. This sword art was so powerful that Su Yan was confident that even a saint of the five veins wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, this giant bear-like sea beast didn't seem to care at all. However, it was as if he had completely disregarded it. He was completely unafraid of the huge attack that Su Yan had emitted. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in its crimson eyes. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, this sea beast was far more powerful than the sea beasts that Su Yan encountered just now. It even had some intelligence. Roar! The giant bear sea beast roared, and its body leaped up. Bang! In an instant, there was a loud bang, and it instantly tore apart the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan, and directly approached Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the other two sea beasts also didn't stop because of the attack of the giant bear sea beast. As for the other two sea beasts, one was like a wild horse, and its speed was extremely fast. The moment it moved, its huge body had already collided with Su Yan. The other sea beast was like a hound, but it was much bigger than a hound. Its body was faintly exuding a hot light, and when the light was emitted, it could make people feel a heat flow in their body. Not only that, the hound sea beast's speed was not slower than the wild horse sea beast. As its four limbs moved, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Su Yan. Su Yan had just evaded the giant bear sea beast when he saw the two wild horse sea beasts and the hound sea beast attacking him at the same time. The blood dragon pupil was once again alarmed. The attack speed of the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast slowed down a lot. However, they still attacked as fast as lightning. With Su Yan's current strength, there was no way he could avoid it. Invincible golden body. Seeing this, Su Yan reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Su Yan's body and enveloped Su Yan. Bang! The two sea beasts collided at the same time, and under the trembling of the golden light, both of them let out a painful roar and retreated a few meters. Although it was only a few meters, it gave Su Yan a chance to catch his breath. Su Yan hurriedly leaped onto it. As he panted heavily, he floated in midair. His eyes stared at these few sea beasts as his mind quickly spun. These 3 sea beasts are clearly much stronger than the ones I have encountered before. If there was only one, perhaps I would have a chance. However, there are 3 now then. Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. In order to avoid the attacks of these 3 sea beasts, Su Yan not only used the sword technique, he also used the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was Su Yan's strongest defense. It was also a life-saving skill that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, with Su Yan's current strength, he could only use the invincible golden body twice. Now, he had already used it once. Su Yan already felt that more than half of the spirit qi in his body had been consumed. If he were to use it again, Su Yan would definitely run out of spirit qi. In such a dangerous place, if I can't kill these 3 sea beasts, the invincible golden body obviously can't be used again. Su Yan's eyes turned slightly as he carefully observed the 3 sea beasts. He knew that he definitely couldn't use the invincible golden body to resist the attacks of these 3 sea beasts. Since that's the case, there is only one way left. Su Yan secretly shouted, and a bright light instantly emitted from his eyes. As the light overflowed, it projected a strong determination to kill. This wasn't because Su Yan wasn't afraid of the 3 sea beasts in front of him, but because Su Yan knew that since he was in such a predicament, the only way was to fight to the end to have a chance of survival. Bang! Without waiting for the 3 sea beasts to attack, Su Yan's body suddenly exploded. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and emitted a strong spiritual power. In an instant, sword light flashed. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand had turned into the pagoda sword. As the pagoda sword light flashed, Su Yan had already made his move. His body surged out like a flood dragon. His speed was so fast that it tore through the void and immediately stirred up a powerful airflow. Not only that, but the Buddha sword also slashed down. The sharp sword light burst out, and a loud whistling sound reverberated in the air. This was just a sword attack, and there was nothing fancy about it. However, the power was not inferior to the wailing of thousands of ghosts that Su Yan had just used the ghost howl sword. Not only that, at the moment when Su Yan rushed out, bang, there was a crisp sound. Several flying swords had already circled around Su Yan and rushed up to Su Yan's body. Go to hell! Su Yan shouted and pointed his sword at the giant bear sea beast. In the attack just now, Su Yan had already seen that among the 3 sea beasts, the giant bear sea beast was the strongest. Since it was the strongest, what Su Yan had to do was to kill the strongest one first. When the giant bear saw Su Yan rushing over, its scarlet eyes once again showed a look of disdain. Similarly, its body did not retreat half an inch. There was a low roar. Its 4 limbs suddenly stood upright, and it was only supported by its 2 hind legs. Its 4 limbs were like human hands, and they directly slapped towards Su Yan. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. There was a loud sound as the giant bear's 2 palms directly slapped Su Yan's body. Su Yan's whole body was suddenly shaken and sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The flying swords that were revolving around Su Yan also fell. This giant bear sea beast is really strong. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately stood up and murmured. There was still no fear in his heart, because Su Yan was very clear that if he was afraid, then only death would await him. Su Yan was not only not afraid, but also did not stop. As he waved his hands, the few flying swords that had just fallen instantly rose up again and attacked the giant sea beast. However, this time, before the flying swords flew out, the other 2 sea beasts had already moved. The hound sea beast and the wild horse sea beast were obviously speed attack sea beasts. The 2 sea beasts rushed towards Su Yan at the same time. Their speed was like lightning, and in an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the 2 sea beasts rushing towards him, but he did not panic at all. Instead, his face became calmer. Break! Just when the 2 sea beasts were about to collide with Su Yan waved his hands and shouted. The flying swords that flew out suddenly changed their direction, and directly attacked the two sea beasts. Obviously, sea beasts that had reached their level already had some intelligence. They never thought that Su Yan would use such a move. The two sea beasts were startled and hurriedly retreated. Now, Su Yan saw the two sea beasts retreating and coldly shouted. He clenched the Buddha sword in his hand, and his body rushed forward. Suddenly, he attacked the wild horse sea beast. In this dangerous situation, Su Yan knew that he had to go all out to have a chance. At this time, Su Yan also used all of his strength to the extreme. The moment his eyes surged, his speed reached an unprecedented speed. Like a dragon in the East Sea, he surged out. In an instant, the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand pierced towards the wild horse sea beast. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand directly hit the wild horse sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He lightly shouted, and his body directly pierced through the wild horse sea beast's body. Roar! The wild horse sea beast burst out a miserable cry, and its body also went soft and fell to the ground. When Su Yan saw this, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and slightly smiled, one down. However, before Su Yan's smile fell, the wild horse sea beast that had just fallen stood up again. Its body that was pierced by Su Yan was actually slowly recovering. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked, and said in surprise, This wild horse sea beast has the ability to regenerate. Xiao, while Su Yan was still in shock, the giant bear sea beast had already closed in on him. Its huge palm rushed towards Su Yan's body. Although the giant bear sea beast's speed was not as fast as the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast, its strength was much more powerful than the two sea beasts. Of course, its speed was only slightly inferior to the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast. Its real speed was not slow at all. The palm swept past like a hurricane. Su Yan was suddenly shocked, and his blood dragon pupil rotated, trying to dodge. However, it was impossible to dodge between the two palms of the giant bear sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, he clenched his teeth and shouted, Since I can't dodge, I will fight with you. While speaking, Su Yan quickly circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted, exuding a dazzling light. He held the Buddha sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards the palm. The sword and the palm collided in the void, and suddenly a loud sound erupted. Su Yan originally wanted to pierce through the palm of the giant bear sea beast, but Su Yan found that the giant bear sea beast was not injured at all. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel a huge force coming from the Buddha sword. Puchi, under this powerful force, Su Yan suddenly felt a surge in his body, and blood spurted out. Chapter 182. Su Yan had only received one palm attack from the giant bear. However, the enormous power behind that attack had made Su Yan feel as if his internal organs had been shattered. Cough, cough, Su Yan coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with the Buddha sword, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The giant bear, the wild horse, and the hound weren't in a hurry to attack Su Yan. The three sea beasts were fighting against each other. They were looking at Su Yan with a mocking expression in their eyes. From time to time, they would issue low roars. It seemed as if they were discussing something. It also seemed as if they were looking down on Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't pay attention to the expressions of these three beasts at this moment. However, these three beasts weren't in a hurry to attack. This gave Su Yan a chance to rest. I can't continue like this. What should I do? Su Yan looked at the three beasts and frowned. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Just one attack was enough to injure me severely. Su, will definitely die here today if this happens again. Then, I can't let them attack me again. I'll use my speed to entangle them. I'll also find out the weakness of these sea beasts. Speed, that's right, speed. Su Yan's eyes immediately condensed a burst of bright light as he thought about this. However, this bright light had just surged for a moment when Su Yan saw the restless wild horse and hound sea beasts. But it immediately dimmed down. There was a self-mocking smile on his face. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Even if I can use my speed to entangle them, the spirit energy in my body, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body wasn't enough to support his speed under several all-out attacks. He couldn't even release the invincible golden body now. The injuries he had suffered had also slowed down the speed he was so proud of. Obviously, it was impossible to use speed to control the sea beast. This caused Su Yan to once again fall into a state of confusion. Looking at the three restless sea beasts, Su Yan did not have a trace of fear, but he was unwilling. He was unwilling to lose to the three beasts like this. He was unwilling to lose his life because of this. Roar. Before Su Yan could think further, a loud roar was suddenly heard. It was as if the three sea beasts had discussed something. The wild horse sea beast took the lead and attacked Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It flashed in the void and arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and his pupils shrank. Unfortunately, it was too late. Speed was one of the abilities that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, when the wild horse launched its attack, Su Yan felt overwhelmed. In fact, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Even the blood dragon pupil couldn't catch it. Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's body was sent flying again. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times, and another mouthful of blood gushed out. The spirit qi in his body was almost exhausted. How can this wild horse's speed suddenly become so fast? Su Yan looked at the wild horse. He was puzzled, but more than that, he was astonished. Su Yan had encountered many experts. Even Sovereign Linghai could catch a glimpse of its shadow because of the blood dragon pupil. However, Su Yan found that he couldn't catch a glimpse of the wild horse sea beast. How could Su Yan not be astonished? While Su Yan was still in a state of shock, a loud bang was heard as the hound sea beast moved out once again. Although the hunting dog's attack speed wasn't as fast as the wild horse's, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, at the moment when the hound sea beast attacked, Su Yan unexpectedly felt a burning sensation. Before the hound sea beast could attack Su Yan suddenly stopped. Su Yan felt a surge of energy in his body, as if it was burning. Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly urged the molten green lotus to resist. Unfortunately, because of the lack of spirit qi, Su Yan felt a burst of pain in his body before the molten green lotus could surge. At the same time, a huge force attacked him. Puchi? Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying back dozens of meters. This time, before Su Yan could stand up, the giant bear sea beast roared. Its forelimbs stood upright, and with a bang, it smashed towards the ground. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds were heard, and the entire sea dock's passage trembled as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan was lying on the ground. Because of such an earthquake, his internal organs felt as if they were about to explode. Su Yan felt uncomfortable and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The condensed light in his eyes had already disappeared. There was only astonishment left in his eyes. He looked sideways at the 3 sea beasts. The wild horse sea beast's body was faintly surging with a dazzling power. The hunting dog sea beast's body was glowing with a fiery red light. The giant bear sea beast didn't have anything on its body, but at a glance, it gave people a heavy feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. He suddenly remembered a legend he had read in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble as he imagined the description in the book and the power of the 3 sea beasts just now. Wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan's heart trembled as he thought about it. He looked at the 3 sea beasts, and there was unprecedented fear and surprise in his eyes. There had always been very little information about sea beasts. Before coming here, Su Yan had also never seen a sea beast before. However, Su Yan clearly saw the records of the legendary beasts in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak's Immortal Sword Peak's Immortal Sword Peak. Although there was no description of the appearance of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts in the records. However, there was a description of the characteristics of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Wind, just like the wild horse sea beast just now, was as fast as the wind and couldn't be captured at all. Fire, in the attack, had the fire attribute, which could make people's internal organs burn because of it. Strength was infinite strength. The power contained in it was not clearly recorded in the book, but it was written that if the sea beasts were to show their power, they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They could overturn the East Sea and cause tsunamis. A sea beast could set off the sea and cause tsunamis. How much power did it have? Su Yan didn't dare to imagine. And now, looking at the characteristics of the three sea beasts, they were the legendary beasts of the wind, fire, and three sea beasts. Especially when Su Yan's sword pierced through the wild horse sea beast just now, the wild horse sea beast was able to recover quickly. This made Su Yan even more convinced that these were the legendary wind, fire, and three sea beasts. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly as he thought, I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky as to encounter the legendary wind, fire, and three sea beasts. Before Su Yan knew about these three sea beasts, he still wanted to try his best to kill his way out. But if these three were really the legendary wind, fire, and three sea beasts, then there would be no chance at all. Although Su Yan was arrogant, it didn't mean that he didn't know his own limits. Even if a spiritual sea or square circle realm expert came here, they wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and three sea beasts. Su Yan was only a saint with 3 meridians. In addition, he lacked spiritual energy in his body. It was simply impossible for him to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. Looking at the light surging in the red eyes of the 3 sea beasts and their playful expressions, Su Yan was even more certain that they were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. It seems that I'm going to fail miserably here today. Su Yan looked at the 3 sea beasts and smiled bitterly. The light condensed in his eyes just now also dimmed. After all, the wind, fire, and other sea beasts were legendary existences. Since he had encountered them today, it would be a blessing to die in their hands. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Sigh. Su Yan sighed. The fear he had when he first learned that the 3 sea beasts were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts was gone. There was only unwillingness. He was unwilling to lose his life like this. I'm not willing. Su Yan held his breath and raised his head to shout. Looking at the 3 sea beasts that were glaring at him, his eyes suddenly lit up. If these 3 sea beasts are really the wind, fire, and other sea beasts, then wouldn't it be as recorded in the book? These 3 sea beasts are playful by nature, not bloodthirsty, and have no enmity towards humans. They would even promote some experts that they like. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he thought about it. Although he didn't know the personalities of the 3 sea beasts, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. I'll give it a try today. Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the Virokana-colored glazed sword in his body. Of course, he didn't attack the 3 sea beasts, but quickly absorbed the ghostly aura around him. Not only did he absorb the ghostly aura around him, but Su Yan also took out the red parting sword case. The Virokana-colored glazed sword quickly circulated, healing his injuries and condensing his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yan was betting that these 3 sea beasts were the legendary wind, fire, and other sea beasts. He was also betting that these 3 sea beasts would spare him after seeing his performance. Su Yan was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to escape from the 3 sea beasts. Therefore, Su Yan could only gamble. Ao. As Su Yan sat down cross-legged and absorbed the ghostly aura around him to condense his 4th Saint Meridian, the 3 sea beasts looked at each other as if they were discussing something. Su Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly closed his eyes and ignored the 3 sea beasts. He focused on absorbing the spiritual and ghostly aura around him to recover his strength and condense his 4th Saint Meridian. Ao. Seeing Su Yan like this, the 3 sea beasts kept growling as if they were discussing something. Suddenly, the giant bear sea beast turned abruptly. Another giant palm slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan sat on top of it and felt all the meridians in his body explode. Chapter 183. Pucci, Su Yan spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. The blood and qi in his body tumbled. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. The stinging pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain exceeded any pain Su Yan had ever endured. Every meridian, every inch of skin, every piece of flesh felt like it was about to be torn apart at this moment. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly opened, but his gaze was like a torch. Because Su Yan knew that if he admitted defeat like this, he would really lose today. Then he would become a trace of ghost energy in the dense ghost energy here. Master 3 Cs, Su, came here today to absorb the ghost energy here. I hope you can help me. Su Yan said to the 3 sea beasts with difficulty. Then he closed his eyes again and quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy and ghost energy. He endured the great pleasure and kept absorbing the ghost energy. The converted spirit energy passed through the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to all parts of his body. Slowly, a stream of spirit energy surged. However, when the 3 sea beasts saw it, they were obviously stunned. They looked at each other and kept roaring. But this time, they didn't disturb Su Yan anymore. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with interest and watched quietly from the side. After about half an hour, it seemed as if the 3 sea beasts had sensed something. Suddenly, the giant bear slapped the ground again. And the earth started to shake violently once again. The spirit energy that Su Yan had just absorbed dissipated again in this earthquake. Pucci, at the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be torn apart again. Su Yan roared and gritted his teeth. He endured the great pain in his body and urged the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to absorb the ghost energy and spirit energy around him. At this moment, bang, the giant bear sea beast showed its power again and shook the ground a few times. The constant tremors caused Su Yan to feel dizzy. He felt like his entire body was about to explode. However, Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. He didn't ask, nor did he say another word. The spirit qi in his body was scattered, but it condensed once again. Once, twice, countless times, Su Yan's entire body was close to numbness, but his eyes were still like torches. He did not show any signs of wavering as he continued to absorb the surrounding ghost qi. Unfortunately, the 3 sea beasts did not let Su Yan go. While the giant bear was constantly harassing Su Yan, the other 2 sea beasts were simultaneously attacking Su Yan. In this endless torment, Su Yan's entire body was about to explode. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. I refuse to accept this. Su Yan let out a low roar as he fell to the ground and fainted. Looking at the 3 sea beasts, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. Because of the Monster Palace's special reasons, the Monster Palace lived on the outskirts of the East Sea of the Monster Palace all year round. On the Great Monster Island, other than managing the matters of the Hidden Demon region, it could be said that they did not care about anything in the world. This also caused the Monster Palace to have many civil wars. After all, every cultivator had the blood of battle flowing in their veins. In addition, the Monster Palace had 4 major palaces. This made the Monster Palace's civil war atmosphere more serious than any other sect in the world. It could even be said that although the Monster Palace was only a sect, it was also one of the 4 major sections. It was divided into 4 major palaces: East, West, North, and South. Each palace master was a sect master. It was precisely because of such an existence that the civil war in the Monster Palace became more and more serious. The Monster Palace would often reveal which palace's disciples were beaten by which palace's disciples. On this day, the East Palace revealed that an East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple. That's right, he was not beaten but killed. Although fights between palaces were a common occurrence here, the palaces fought against each other. After all, they all belonged to the same sect, so it was relatively rare for them to be killed. The East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple, which immediately caused a huge uproar in the East Palace. All the disciples of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. The Princess of Chu sat on the throne in the center. There was no trace of expression on her peerless face. Only her eyes emitted a cold gaze, which was enough to see the anger in her heart. All the disciples of the Monster Palace were not as strict as other sects, nor were there other sects where the disciples on each level had different uniforms. In the Monster Palace, there was no exclusive uniform. Even so, it could not be said that the Monster Palace did not have any level rules. At this moment, all the disciples and elders of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. From the position they were standing, it was enough to see that the Monster Palace was also a dignified sect. First, the elders of the East Palace stood at the front, followed by the senior brothers of the East Palace. At this time, they were gathered together, all of them had their heads lowered, and did not dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the Princess of Chu to speak. The Princess of Chu looked at the crowd, swept a circle, and slowly said, "This time, the Nangong Palace disciple killed my East Palace disciple. Who can explain to me clearly?" Although the Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, it projected an irresistible majesty. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. In the crowd, suddenly, a trembling person knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Reporting to the palace master, this matter was provoked by the people of the Nangong Palace. This disciple attacked first." The people of the Nangong Palace attacked? The Princess of Chu still said coldly, but the aura emitted from her face made people feel a deep sense of fear. When the person heard the Princess of Chu's words, he suddenly trembled again and hurriedly kowtowed, "Palace master, spare me, spare me." This disciple provoked first, but it was the people of the Nangong Palace who said that there was no one in the East Palace, so this disciple attacked. When the Princess of Chu heard this person's words, she was still expressionless, but the light emitted from her eyes became colder and colder. After a while, suddenly, a snort came out from her nose. "You were not wrong to attack, but I heard that there were only 2 people on the Nangong Palace side. Could it be, Palace Master? Spare me, spare me." The person did not wait for the Princess of Chu to finish speaking, and his whole body trembled as he begged for mercy. The Princess of Chu could not help but frown. Originally, she wanted to interrogate this matter, but now, it seemed that the Princess of Chu already knew, so there was no need to interrogate this matter. Especially when she saw the person begging for mercy, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Although the East Palace is the ruler of the Monster Palace, the disciples of the East Palace are not comparable to the North, South, and West Palaces. They have tarnished the prestige of the East Palace. If this continues, the East Palace will be suppressed sooner or later. Sigh. When the Princess of Chu thought about the disciples of the East Palace, she could only sigh and sigh. Especially when she thought about the competition between the disciples of the 4 great palaces, she felt even more melancholy. Is there really no one in the East Palace? As the Princess of Chu lamented in her heart, she suddenly thought of a person, Su Yan. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, she looked down and did not see Su Yan's figure. She frowned and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, where are you?" "Palace Master, Su Yan went to the sea dock this morning." Someone who knew where Su Yan went came forward and reported. The sea dock. When the Princess of Chu heard this, she could not help but frown. Her heart was even more startled. She did not ask about the matter of the disciple being killed, and waved her hand to leave the main hall, leaving behind a group of astonished East Palace disciples. After the Princess of Chu left the main hall, she went to her own place of seclusion. She walked straight to a desk and looked at a crystal bead on the desk. With a wave of her hand, an image appeared on the crystal bead. The figure that appeared in the image was Su Yan. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan lying motionless on the ground, she frowned again. At the same time, she could not help but feel a surge of anger. This boy really overestimated himself. How dare he barge into the sea dock with the strength of a mere saint of 3 bloodlines? The Princess of Chu was furious and was about to go out. However, on second thought, she turned back. This boy is courting death. Why should I save him? Anyway, his origin is unknown and there are many secrets hidden in his body. It's better to let him stay in the sea dock. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not intend to save Su Yan. She just glanced at the image on the crystal bead and was about to turn it off. But just as she was about to turn it off, The Princess of Chu suddenly saw Su Yen move in the image. She could not help but be stunned. When she looked again, she saw Su Yen slowly getting up from the ground. The Princess of Chu could not help but smile. This boy is strong. Looking at the fierce battle in the image, coupled with the blood on the ground, it's obvious that he's heavily injured. I can't believe he's still alive. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not turn off the image. Instead, she watched with interest. In the sea dock, Su Yen naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was watching him. He slowly got up from the ground and touched his body with a look of horror on his face. I'm actually not dead. Su Yen was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly operated his cultivation method. An excited smile immediately appeared on his face. 4 bloodlines, Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. I've condensed the Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. Ha! Su Yen could not help but laugh. While feeling happy, Su Yen could not help but feel puzzled at the same time. I clearly felt that I was killed by the 3 sea beasts. What's going on? Just as Su Yen was puzzled, a divine thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Boy, your perseverance has affected the 3 venerables. Today I'll spare your life. I'll also bestow upon you a special ability of the 3 venerables, the illusion technique. When Su Yen heard this voice, he suddenly trembled. At the same time, he immediately felt a memory flowing into his mind. It was the illusion technique. This illusion technique was a kind of secret technique. Through the bloodline, one could temporarily enter the illusion and transform into various forms. Of course, the form of this transformation was determined by one's cultivation. The form that one transformed into for the first time would be that form. Chapter 184. Illusionary Skill. Su Yen could not help but lick his lips as he combed through the memories left behind by the sea beasts. His eyes shone brightly, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Su Yen had never expected that his efforts would not only not cause him to die in the hands of the wind, fire, and fire beasts, but also bring him such benefits. Furthermore, he had successfully condensed his 4th Saint Meridian. How could Su Yen not be happy and excited? Anyone would be happy and excited. After all, it was already a blessing to be able to survive. Furthermore, he had obtained a secret skill that was definitely above the Xian level. Could this be the legendary saying that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future? Su Yen grinned. Thinking about it, even someone as strict as him couldn't help but mock himself. Right at this moment, another memory appeared in his mind. Lad, of course, the illusionary skill that you obtained was not given to you for free. After 10 years, you must return to this sea dock and accept my orders. What? Hearing the memories of the 3 seas giant beast, Su Yen could not help but be startled. That aura from just now was also covered up. Su Yen was truly grateful to the 3 seas giant beast for this matter. After all, if the 3 sea beasts had not shown mercy, Su Yen would have definitely died here and turned into a wisp of ghostly aura. Not to mention, the 3 sea beasts had given him the illusionary skill. One must know that the illusionary skill was something that Su Yen had only heard of in legends. Although Su Yen had not verified the strength of the illusionary skill, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary skill based on the complexity of the cultivation of the illusionary skill. However, no matter what, if it was a gift from the 3 seas giant beast, Su Yen would definitely accept this favor. However, if Su Yen were to return to the sea dock and accept the orders of the 3 seas giant beast after 10 years, Su Yen could never agree to this. It was not that Su Yen looked down on the 3 seas giant beast. As the saying goes, the strong are respected. The fact that the 3 seas giant beast was able to leave behind memories in his mind meant that it had gained sentience and was no different from a human. Instead, it was the unique arrogance that belonged to Su Yen. That was the arrogance of a man. Therefore, Su Yen definitely could not obey the 3 seas giant beast's orders. Not to mention Su Yan's current identity as the sect leader of the Buddha Sword sect. Even if Su Yen was just a man, Su Yen would definitely not listen to the orders of others. I, Su Yen, have always been a lone wolf. I have never been tied down by anything. How can I be ordered around by others? Su Yen gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with unswerving determination. He wanted to refuse. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the 3 Seas giant beast in the vicinity. Su Yan did not even have the chance to refuse. 10 years. Su Yan gritted his teeth. It was not that he did not think about not coming back after 10 years. However, Su Yan knew that the 3 Seas giant beast was not afraid that he would not come back after 10 years. Su Yan even suspected that the 3 Seas giant beast had placed some kind of seal in his body. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not find any seal in his body after checking his body several times. However, Su Yan's actions stunned the Princess of Chu, who was observing him in the East Palace. Did he find out that I planted a seal in his body? The Princess of Chu thought about it but quickly shook her head and rejected this idea. If Su Yan had reached her level, the Princess of Chu would believe it. However, Su Yan was only a 3 bloodline saint. The Princess of Chu did not believe that Su Yan could find out that she had planted a seal in his body. Of course, Su Yan really did not find out. After checking his body, Su Yan did not find anything strange, so he could only give up. Of course, not finding anything did not mean that Su Yan believed that the 3 Seas giant beast had not planted any seal in his body. After all, Su Yan knew himself very well. Su Yan knew that he was only a newborn calf in the eyes of many experts with his current strength. 10 years, 10 years, Su Yan murmured a few more times before finally thinking of something. His eyes immediately shone with resplendent light as he raised his head and said loudly, "Sovereign of the 3 Seas, I, Su Yan, am indebted to you today. I, Su Yan, will definitely repay you in the future. However, I, Su Yan, have always been a lone wolf. If you want me to return 10 years later and listen to your orders, I, Su Yan, will definitely not agree to it. Right now, regardless of whether the 3 of you can hear me or not, I, Su Yan, will definitely return to this place after 10 years and settle this matter today." After Su Yan finished speaking, he bowed to the air and stood up. His eyes shone with a never-before-seen determination. He thought to himself, "Regardless of whether there is a seal in my body or not, I will return to this place in 10 years. It wasn't that Su Yan wanted to come back and listen to the 3 Seas giant beast's orders. It was just that Su Yan was a person who valued friendship. He wanted to return this favor. Of course, these were all matters for the future. Su Yan did not dwell on it. After all, 10 years was still a long time. Right now, Su Yan was more concerned about the illusion technique. After reading the illusion technique again, Su Yan could not wait to sit down cross-legged and begin to cultivate. Although this transmogrification secret technique did not have a clear classification, Su Yan knew that if he cultivated this transmogrification secret technique, it would definitely become a great trump card for him in the future. The cultivation method in his body circulated, leading to the major meridians and condensing, constantly spreading to all parts of his body. According to the cultivation method of this illusion technique, it stimulated all of his skin. However, after just the first time, Su Yan felt that the spirit in his body was lacking. He had to stop, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "This illusion technique is really mysterious," Su Yan said with a smile, no longer in a hurry to cultivate. After just cultivating, Su Yan knew that it was definitely not a day's work to successfully cultivate this illusion technique. At this moment, he was still in the sea dock. There were hidden dangers everywhere, so it was obviously not suitable for cultivation. After stopping his cultivation, Su Yan stood up and looked into the depths of the sea dock. He could not help but frown. "I came here today for the ghost chi. Now that the 4th Saint Meridian has been condensed, this sea dock." Su Yan looked in front of him in a daze. Su Yan had seen how dangerous this sea dock was. However, looking into the depths, Su Yan felt that he would definitely regret it if he left today. This was an indescribable and mysterious feeling. Su Yan also did not know what was going on. Just by looking at each other, he felt that if he left today, he would definitely regret it in the future. Su Yan stood there and looked at each other for a while. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a sharp light shot out. "I, Su Yan, have never done anything that I regret. Since I have this feeling today, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will take a look." After saying that, Su Yen did not hesitate in the slightest and resolutely stepped forward. In the Eastern Palace, Empress Chu, who was standing in front of the crystal ball, flew into a rage. "You overconfident brat. You're already lucky to be able to come this far without dying. Yet you still have the guts to continue forward. You really don't know your place." In her anger, the Princess of Chu wanted to summon Su Yen to return. However, just as she turned around, she thought, "This person has just entered the monster palace. I don't know anything about him. Why should I care so much about him?" In fact, the Princess of Chu had been paying attention to Su Yen since the first time she saw the secrets hidden in Su Yen's body. Now that Su Yen had entered the sea dock, it naturally attracted the Princess of Chu's attention. This was because the Princess of Chu had gone deep into the sea dock before. At that time, the Princess of Chu was already a spirit sea knight. At that time, the Princess of Chu had not encountered the wind, fire, or the 3 sea beasts. She had almost died in the sea dock, so the Princess of Chu was very clear about the dangers of the sea dock. As for how Su Yen was able to reach this place, he was well aware of it. It was already a miracle that Su Yen could reach this place with his strength. However, Su Yen still wanted to go forward. How could the Princess of Chu not be angry? However, when she thought about how Su Yen had chosen this path, the anger in the Princess of Chu's heart lessened a lot. She did not leave, but quietly observed Su Yen in the crystal. "Boy, since you want to go forward, it's good. Let me see how good you are. Let me see how good you are for Linger to think so highly of you." The Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, the Princess of Chu did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yen. In the past few days, Chu Linger's evaluation of Su Yen had become higher and higher. Moreover, when the Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's body that day, the Princess of Chu had unknowingly become more and more interested in Su Yen. Of course, Su Yen did not know that the Princess of Chu was still looking at him in the Eastern Palace. If he knew, Su Yen would not go forward. After all, he had too many secrets. Su Yen knew that he did not have the strength to protect them, so Su Yen did not want to expose them to others. Unfortunately, Su Yen did not know that a pair of eyes were staring at him, and he walked forward resolutely. The moment he walked forward, the pulling force from before became stronger. Su Yen could not help but frown. "What is in this dock? Why is there a force pulling me?" Su Yen frowned, and his footsteps quickened. Of course, his whole body was in a state of alert. Su Yen did not dare to underestimate the dangers of the dock. After all, there could be sea beasts that were difficult to deal with here at any time. However, the more Su Yen was on guard against the appearance of sea beasts, the more he did not encounter any. Based on his previous experience, he was certain that there would be sea beasts within half a kilometer of the dock. However, Su Yen had already walked for half an hour, and he still did not see a single sea beast. This made Su Yen puzzled. What is going on? Could it be that there are no more sea beasts along the way? Hoo. Just as Su Yen was thinking, a whistling sound suddenly came, accompanied by a strong hurricane. Chapter 185. Rumble. Although the hurricane was not strong, the entire dock shook like an earthquake after a while. A loud noise followed, and as it got closer, one could vaguely feel the smell of the sea in the hurricane. Su Yen could not help but frown. This is not only Su Yen, but Princess Chu, who had been using the crystal bead to observe in the East Palace, also frowned when she felt the tremors in the dock. However, as the tremors in the dock became more and more intense, Su Yen and Princess Chu seemed to have thought of something, and both of them could not help but tremble. Hurricane and tsunami. Princess Chu could not help but exclaim in her practice room, her beautiful face full of shock. Su Yen, on the other hand, let out a low growl from within the dock. On this handsome face, in addition to shock, there was more fear. Tsunami. Although Su Yen had never seen one before, he had read about tsunamis in a book. Tsunamis were the wrath of the Bohai Sea. This dock was located in the East Sea, and the eruption of hurricanes and tsunamis was the wrath of the East Sea. Not to mention the strong hurricane, the waves that were accompanied by were enough to shatter all living things, which was the most terrifying. It was said that even if the Supreme Spirit Sea encountered a tsunami, there was only one choice, and that was to run. And Su Yan was only a Formeridian saint. Then, rumble. At the moment when the powerful noise came again, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. The solar-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and he stepped on the sword dragon and rushed out. As for the force just now, Su Yan had long forgotten about it. Because Su Yan knew very well that no matter what kind of force was pulling him, he had to save his life. Su Yan rushed forward with all his strength, and his speed was like a bolt of lightning, and he was suddenly 100 meters away. Unfortunately, the loud noise behind him was getting louder and louder. Even though Su Yan was extremely fast, he still couldn't escape. The moment Su Yan turned his head around, a wave rolled over. As it rolled, the trees and rocks around the dock were instantly destroyed. Suddenly, the entire dock looked like it was doomsday. Su Yan stared blankly at the powerful explosive force of the hurricane and tsunami. However, while he was in a daze, the waves had already surged over, accompanied by a hurricane. This time, the hurricanes were no longer as weak as before. Every time a hurricane passed by, it would instantly cause a series of explosions. They were like sharp blades that directly cut through the skin. In just a moment, Su Yan felt as though his entire body was being torn apart by the powerful hurricane. His body could not help but churn, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan was shocked. What a strong wind! Su Yan was shocked, but his reaction was also very fast. He hurriedly operated his cultivation method, and the powerful spiritual energy in his body quickly surged out to protect his body. Unfortunately, even so, Su Yan still felt as though his entire body was being cut by countless sharp blades. And this was only a hurricane, and there were no waves. The speed of the stormy waves was also astonishing. In an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan wanted to escape, but unfortunately he could not keep up with the speed. Fight! Seeing that there was no way to escape, Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly operated the great sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body. The powerful spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and a bright golden light was emitted from Su Yan's body. Invincible golden body. That's right, Su Yan was using the invincible golden body. Bang! Just as Su Yan used the invincible golden body, the stormy waves suddenly hit Su Yan's body, setting off a huge wave. All the surrounding vegetation and rocks were destroyed, and Su Yan was also enduring the attack of the stormy waves. That powerful force, even with the support of the invincible golden body, still caused Su Yan to feel as though countless sharp blades were cutting his body, and he felt a great pain. But, bang! The stormy waves hit Su Yan's body one after another. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and there was no trace of struggle. Su Yan knew that only by persevering through these stormy waves could he survive. While Su Yan was enduring the onslaught of the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu, who was in the Eastern Palace, could see everything clearly. Seeing the countless stormy waves hitting Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan would not be able to withstand it, but Su Yan was still able to withstand it. This boy really has some ability. Although her daughter kept talking about Su Yan's merits in her ears, the Princess of Chu still did not believe that Su Yan was outstanding. Now that she saw Su Yan being washed by the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu finally had a whole new level of respect for Su Yan. This new level of respect was not only because of the secrets Su Yan had, but also because of the recognition of Su Yan's strength. The Princess of Chu watched as Su Yan, who was inside the crystal ball, became more and more difficult to withstand. The Princess of Chu could not help but feel compassion for him. There were thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Even if it was the eldest disciple of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu still did not put them in her eyes. She treated them equally. But for some reason, when she found out about Su Yan's secrets, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan was not simple. Now that she saw Su Yan in the sea dock, she felt that Su Yan was not a simple person. His admiration for Su Yan deepened. At the same time, he had a vague feeling that Su Yan would become a dazzling new star in the Eastern Palace. Looking at Su Yan's expression that was becoming more and more difficult to hold on, Chu Wangfei's heart was moved and she wanted to save him. But in the end, she steeled her heart and said, "Su Yan, if you really have the ability, come out of the sea dock. When you come out, you will become the prince consort of the Eastern Palace." Although the princess of Chu said this to Su Yan, in fact, it was also said to herself. The so-called pitiful hearts of parents in the world. No matter how high the princess of Chu stood, she was just an ordinary mother in front of Chu Linger. The princess of Chu knew very well that although the Monster Palace had not been involved in the affairs of the world for so long, because of the Monster Palace, one day it would go to the point where the world would kill it. She, the princess of Chu, was not afraid. But she was not afraid. She was afraid. She was worried about her daughter. Although her daughter was talented and intelligent, she did not know the dangers of the world. A long time ago, the princess of Chu wanted to find a good husband for Chu Linger. Unfortunately, there were many capable people in the Eastern Palace. There was still no one who could catch the eye of the princess of Chu. It was not until Su Yan's appearance that the plan that Chu Wangfei had been plotting for a long time was born again. "Su Yan, I hope you can come out of here." The princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's ugly expression in the crystal bead. She gritted her teeth and did not choose to go to the sea dock to help Su Yan. Instead, she stared straight at the crystal bead. She wanted to see if Su Yan was qualified to be the prince consort of the Eastern Palace. Of course, Su Yan did not know what the princess of Chu was thinking in her heart. He did not even know that the princess of Chu was looking at him. Facing these huge waves, Su Yan only had one thought, and that was to survive. Under the attack of the huge waves, Su Yan's clothes had long been tattered, and his body was also covered with wounds. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted under the attack of the waves. However, the stormy waves did not stop because of this. "I have already used the invincible golden body twice, and now I am completely relying on the last trace of spiritual energy to support myself. If this spiritual energy is exhausted, I, Su, will definitely die in these waves." Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the attack of the stormy waves. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. "Even if I can withstand the attack of these waves, the entire sea dock will be submerged. I can't breathe, and I can't escape the fate of death." Su Yan frowned, and his mind was constantly thinking of a way. Su Yan was very clear that even if he could barely withstand the attack of the stormy waves, he would not be able to withstand it. However, even if he could withstand such a powerful hurricane and tsunami attack, the entire dock would be submerged. At that time, even if Su Yan could withstand it, he would not be able to breathe and would still die here. "What should I do? What should I do?" Su Yan growled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "The illusion skill, yes. If I can master the illusion skill now and turn into a dragon, can't I get out of here?" Su Yan thought, and a bright light suddenly gushed out of his eyes. When the last wave attacked, Su Yan held his breath, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly operated. At the same time, he silently recited the illusion skills formula. His whole body quickly began to cultivate according to the transformation method in the illusion skill. Because the entire sea dock was submerged by the sea. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was immersed in the water, and he could not breathe at all. No matter how strong a warrior was, if he lost air and breath, it meant that only death was left. Gulp. Moreover, Su Yan's spiritual energy was scarce at this moment. In just a few breaths, Su Yan felt a surge in his body. He could not help but open his mouth, spitting out countless bubbles and swallowing a few mouthfuls of sea water. This made Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sea water. Su Yan's mind shook. Looking at the submerged sea dock, he saw a few sea beasts approaching him. Damn it. Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, could not help but curse when he saw these sea beasts coming in. He watched as these sea beasts slowly approached him. Su Yan wanted to resist them, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to do so. At this moment, Su Yan, who was lacking spiritual energy in his body, was submerged in the sea water. He could not use any strength at all. He could only watch as these sea beasts approached him. If I don't transform today, I will definitely die. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he could not stop these sea beasts. The only way now was to successfully transform. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, Su Yan would have a chance. Chapter 186. Illusion Technique. When Su Yan had just obtained this technique, he had already determined the form he wanted to transform into. That was the world's greatest divine beast, the dragon. In his previous life, Su Yan was a descendant of the dragon. In this life, Su Yan was even more deeply indebted to the dragon. The blood dragon pupil had 2 dragons in it, which was why it had such a miraculous effect. And Su Yan's body had also been forged by the bone dragon. If Su Yan's body had not been modified by the bone dragon, Su Yan's body would have been destroyed by the powerful attack, even if he had an invincible golden body. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yan was deeply indebted to the dragon. In the first moment, the form Su Yan chose to transform into was already confirmed to be a dragon. However, the illusion technique was actually so easy to cultivate. This was a secret technique. Regardless of a warrior's knowledge of secret techniques, it was also a test of a warrior's talent in secret techniques. Su Yan had already cultivated it once just now, and knew that this secret technique could not be cultivated in a day or two. Su Yan chose to give up. However, Su Yan had no choice now. At this moment, Su Yan's body was lacking in spirit qi, and only by completing the illusion could he survive. This was the only way. Although Su Yan was seriously injured at this moment, his eyes were like torches. He knew very well that completing the illusion was his last chance. Submerged in the sea, Su Yan endured the immense pain of not being able to breathe. However, Su Yan's face did not have a trace of emotion, and the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly circulated. In his mind, he constantly recited the incantation of the illusion technique. Perhaps Su Yan still had some understanding of the illusion technique the first time, but this was the second time, and Su Yan had confirmed the form he wanted to transform into, and Su Yan himself had the bone dragon to refine his body. Coupled with the 2 dragons in his eyes, it was naturally much easier for him to cultivate the illusion technique compared to ordinary people. As he recited the chant, Su Yan's body slowly began to change. Su Yan could not help but feel overjoyed. Is it going to transform? The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was about to complete his transformation, but unfortunately, at the last moment, Su Yan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood scattered in the sea like a bloody mist. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked and quickly realized the crux of the problem, because the illusion technique also required the support of spiritual energy. Su Yan's spirit qi had long been depleted while he was enduring those terrifying waves. Now that he had to resist the invasion of the seawater, the spirit qi in his body was depleted. How could he withstand the transformation? Illusion technique, dragon form, activate. Su Yan let out an unwilling roar and once again attacked the blood vessels in his body. Unfortunately, due to the lack of spiritual energy, not only did the attack fail to complete the transformation, it was instead attacked by a devouring force. Su Yan could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater, causing his already uncomfortable body to fall into a state of near death. However, Su Yan did not think about this. No matter how uncomfortable his body was, Su Yan could hold on. What Su Yan cared about now was how to get out of here and how to resist the incoming sea beasts. Could it be that I can't escape the fate of death today? Su Yan recalled that when he entered the sea dock today, he had been on the brink of death several times. At this moment, as he looked at the sea monster that was continuously approaching him, and his chest that was becoming more and more uncomfortable, Su Yan could not help but reveal a bitter smile. At the same time, a look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu looked at this scene and frowned slightly, but her face was still as cold as ice. She had no intention of rescuing him. She just looked at the sea beasts that were about to pounce on Su Yan and said to herself regretfully, "Su Yan, I have to admit that you are tenacious and indomitable. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant. You can only blame yourself for dying in this tsunami today. As the Princess of Chu spoke, she closed her eyes. There was regret and compassion in her eyes. Of course, her compassion was not for Su Yan's imminent death, but for her daughter. Su Yan was the only son-in-law that the Princess of Chu liked, but at this moment, everything was about to come to an end. Su Yan, your origin is unknown. If you die in the dock today, I won't have to worry about you. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself. As she spoke, she waved her hand to close the image of the crystal bead. Because she had already seen the several sea beasts wandering in the sea have already pounced on Su Yan. In this situation, even if the Princess of Chu wanted to save Su Yan still could not escape death. For someone who was already dead, the Princess of Chu did not have the mood to pay attention to him. Bang! The moment the Princess of Chu waved her hand, the Princess of Chu was stunned. What is this? The Princess of Chu looked at the image in the crystal bead in astonishment. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Princess of Chu's face was full of disbelief, but the image transmitted from the crystal bead was real. She saw that Su Yan, who was about to fall into the sea beasts' mouths, suddenly surged with golden light and burst out with a powerful force. Su Yan's entire body exploded and turned into a giant dragon. Transformation technique? How can this Su Yan know the long-lost secret technique of my monster palace? How is this possible? When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan transform into a dragon, her entire face was distorted. Her entire head was about to stick to the crystal bead. Her eyes were full of surprise. Could it be that this Su Yan stole the monster palace's transformation technique? As the Princess of Chu thought, she immediately shook her head and rejected the idea. The transformation technique had been lost for hundreds of years, and Su Yan was only in his early 20s. How could Su Yan have stolen the monster palace's transformation technique? Could it be that Su Yan encountered a fortuitous encounter? As the Princess of Chu thought, she was even more certain of this idea. Her eyes flashed, and she looked at Su Yan's eyes with a hint of charm, as if she had made up her mind. Naturally, Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. At the last moment when the sea beasts rushed over, Su Yan continuously completed the transformation. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was insufficient. Even if Su Yan had mastered the essentials of transformation, he still couldn't complete it. He watched the sea beasts open their bloody mouths to swallow him. Su Yan almost fell into despair. And it was in this despair that Su Yan suddenly felt a warmth in his dantian, and a wisp of spiritual energy surged up. Although this wisp of spiritual energy wasn't much, it was Su Yan's last ray of hope. Su Yan didn't have time to be surprised. Why did this spiritual energy suddenly appear in his dantian? He rushed up and completed the first transformation. Su Yan ignored the great pain in his body that felt like it was being torn apart, and ignored the fact that his whole body was about to explode. Only a burst of light surged in his red eyes, a burst of light of excitement. Under this light, all the pain seemed so insignificant. This was because Su Yan knew that he was about to complete the transformation. He was going to leave this place, and he didn't have to die here today. Roar, golden light flickered, and a tremendous force spread out like a tidal wave. The entire submerged dock was immediately shaken by Su Yan's low roar. The sea beasts that were swarming over were forced to retreat one after another under the pressure of this tremendous force. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. He let out another low roar, and his dragon body, which had already completely transformed, swiftly moved out. Dragon? It was the ruler of all things. It could adapt to the sky, the earth, and the sea. At this moment, Su Yan, who had transformed into his dragon form, was like a fish in water within the sea. His speed had also increased by dozens of times. As he swam forward, his enormous front claws opened and directly tore two sea beasts into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the sea beasts that were chasing after Su Yan fled. However, Su Yan didn't intend to let them go. He swam, his speed was like lightning, and those sea beasts couldn't escape at all. In a few breaths, they were all torn into pieces. The transformation technique is indeed powerful. After tearing all the sea beasts into pieces, Su Yan couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Of course, this smile didn't blossom on his face at this moment, because Su Yan was no longer in human form. Instead, he was in dragon form. The huge dragon head cracked a smile, and only a roar could be heard. I don't know how long this transformation technique can last. It's better for me to go out first. After Su Yan dealt with the sea beasts, he also knew that the transmogrification technique would definitely have a time limit. Once it disappeared, it would be troublesome if he wanted to go out again. He didn't care too much and swam towards the dock's exit. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a pulling force surging towards him. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and a ray of light burst out from his storage bag. The powerful sword essence surged out, and the sound of the sword was loud. The heaven-destroying sword actually came out by itself. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After obtaining the heaven-destroying sword in the sword collection tomb, Su Yan had never used the heaven-destroying sword. It wasn't just because the heaven-destroying sword had lost its sword spirit, blade, and sword tassel. It was because Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he still couldn't control the heaven-destroying sword. After all, the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon. Now that he wasn't powerful enough, and the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon, it would attract too much attention and attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when Su Yan obtained the heaven-destroying sword, he had never used it. Now that he saw the heaven-destroying sword surging out by itself, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Why did the heaven-destroying sword come out by itself? Su Yan frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. Could it be? At this moment, Su Yan saw a ray of light in the sea. The heaven-destroying sword swam up by itself and directly merged with the ray of light. As it merged, a powerful ray of light burst out. The ray of light overflowed, and countless sword essences surged out. Chapter 187. Roar. In the face of such a powerful sword essence attack, Su Yan still felt a tremor in his body even though he had the sword essence Holy Meridian. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. The roar spread out in the sea. It immediately formed a huge wave that attacked the surroundings. However, the moment it got close to the Zhutian sword, it was absorbed and exploded. Countless waves surged. Even though Su Yan was in a transformed state, the moment the waves surged, the huge power still made Su Yan feel that his whole body was about to be unstable. He kept retreating. What a powerful power! Su Yan was dumbfounded. In the East Palace of the Monster Palace, there was a person who had the same expression as Su Yan. Godly sword weapon. The Princess of Chu looked at the Zhutian sword with a surprised expression. Of course, while she was surprised by the Zhutian sword, the Princess of Chu was more surprised by Su Yan. Su Yan was highly praised by her daughter. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Yan's secrets were enough to make the Princess of Chu worried. In addition, Su Yan had entered the sea dock. Not only could he reach the sea dock, but he could also survive the hurricane and tsunami. This was already a miracle. Not only that, but Su Yan also mastered the Monster Palace's lost transmogrification secret skill. If the Princess of Chu hadn't been so smart, it would have been difficult for her to accept. Now, Su Yan had taken out another godly weapon. How could Chu Wangfei believe it? But between disbelief and disbelief, she had no choice but to believe it, because the scene in the crystal pearl was real. Who is this Su Yan? Originally, the Princess of Chu had a look of approval for Su Yan. After all these years, she had never looked at the younger generation in a different light. Now, she saw Su Yan in a new light. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu had made Su Yan the prince consort of the Monster Palace. At that time, although the Princess of Chu had doubts about Su Yan's identity, the Princess of Chu was confident that she had placed a seal on Su Yan's body. No matter what Su Yan did in the future, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, the moment she saw the heaven-destroying sword, the Princess of Chu could not help but doubt. Would her prohibition really work on her? Thinking of this, The princess of Chu became even more wary of Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan was still unaware of this matter. He just stared blankly at the heaven-destroying sword. After 10 breaths, Su Yan felt a wave of spiritual energy leaving his body. Is this a sign that the illusion technique is about to disappear? Su Yan frowned slightly. If the illusion technique disappeared, Su Yan would definitely not be able to get out. Why did the heaven-destroying sword suddenly release such a strange phenomenon? How long will this phenomenon last? Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the heaven-destroying sword. The loss of spiritual energy in his body became more and more obvious. The heaven-destroying sword did not have any intention of stopping. It continued to spin in the water, releasing a strong force that prevented Su Yan from getting close. No, I have to get out. If I don't, I won't have another chance. Su Yan felt the rapid loss of spiritual energy in his body. He knew that this was a sign that the illusion technique was about to disappear. Looking at the heaven-destroying sword that was continuously releasing a strong force, his eyes suddenly narrowed. With a low roar, it opened its huge claws and grabbed at the heaven-destroying sword. At the moment when the claws grabbed at the sword, a strong force suddenly surged. Su Yan felt as if his hands were being burned by a raging fire. That strong force was very intimidating. It caused the blood in Su Yan's body to circulate in reverse. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to want to break free from Su Yan's hands. Countless waves of force were spreading and destroying Su Yan's claws. Is the heaven-destroying sword trying to break free? Su Yan frowned. But with a low roar, he grabbed the heaven-destroying sword with more force. The moment the force increased, the pain in his claws became more and more intense. However, Su Yan's eyes were still like torches and his face was expressionless. Let's go. Su Yan gritted his teeth and grabbed the heaven-destroying sword and stuffed it into his storage bag. Only then did the strong force stop. At the same time, Su Yan also felt that the spiritual energy in his body was being drained more and more rapidly. His entire body could not support it anymore. I have to get out quickly. Su Yan was very clear that this was an illusion technique and was about to disappear. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly swam out. His speed was as fast as lightning and he was already a few hundred meters away in an instant. However, because Su Yan walked too far in, even if Su Yan was moving at a very fast speed, he still could not catch up with the loss of spiritual energy in his body. Bang! With the sound of water splashing, Su Yan immediately returned to his original state. The feeling of chest tightness came again, and at the same time, Su Yan felt weak all over his body. Countless waves were like invisible pressure that directly pressed down on him. Su Yan suddenly felt dizzy. No, I have to get out. Su Yan almost fainted. At the last moment, Su Yan exploded with a loud sound. Su Yan let out a low roar as he used the last bit of strength he had to swim out. Then, his whole body directly hit out and flew out of the dock and finally reached the ground. At the same time, Su Yan also fainted. It was not until half an hour later that Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Because this was the entrance to the dock and the dock was recognized as a dangerous place in the Monster Palace, there were very few people coming and going here. Su Yan fainted again for half an hour and no one disturbed him. Su Yan opened his eyes and wanted to stand up, but he felt that his limbs were weak. Just as he stood up, he fell to the ground again. It seems that this illusion technique is not without side effects. Su Yan quickly understood that this was the side effect of using the illusion technique. At that time, Su Yan originally thought that the illusion technique he learned would become a weapon for his attack in the future. But now it seemed that the illusion technique could only be used as his last trump card. Even so, Su Yan was still very happy. Especially lying on the ground and looking at the white clouds in the blue sky, Su Yan could not help but smile. It's good to be alive. In this enlightenment, Su Yan also learned about the dangers of the dock. If there is nothing in the future, I really should not go to dangerous places. This time, if it was not for a coincidence, I really would not have been able to come out. Su Yan looked at the dock and sighed. Then he thought of the sky-destroying sword. He patted his storage bag and the sky-destroying sword suddenly appeared. When it appeared, countless rays of light jumped up and a strong sword cry burst out. It was very different from before. Su Yen looked carefully and saw that there was an additional sword tassel on the hilt of the sky-destroying sword. Su Yen could not help but laugh. I did not expect the sword tassel of the sky-destroying sword to be in the dock. It was really easy to get it. When Su Yen obtained the sky-destroying sword, he already knew that the sky-destroying sword was missing a sword tassel, a sword blade, and a sword spirit. At that time, Su Yen was still thinking about where to find these three things. He did not expect to find the sword tassel when he came to the dock. Su Yen was wild with joy. He kept fiddling with the sky-destroying sword for a while before putting it back into the storage bag. After all, the sky-destroying sword was too eye-catching. But the moment the sky-destroying sword came out of the storage bag, there was already a strange movement. The sword light flashed and attracted the attention of the disciples of the West Palace of the Monster Palace. There were disciples rushing over. Of course, Su Yen did not know. At that moment, Su Yen was still immersed in the excitement of obtaining the sky-destroying sword tassel, leaping into the fourth line of saints, and obtaining the illusion technique. After being excited for a full hour, Su Yen finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. When I return to the East Palace, I have to enter the West Palace boundary. I have to quickly recover my spiritual power. As Su Yen muttered to himself, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to use the Virokana-colored glazed sword manual to recover the spiritual power in his body. The moment Su Yen recovered his strength, he did not notice that not far away, there were a few eyes staring at him. The disciple of the West Palace, Wu Yang, was one of the recognized geniuses of the West Palace. At the age of 15, he was already a 7-line saint. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was difficult to find in the entire Monster Palace. Wu Yang was a suspicious person and never did anything he was not sure of. Looking at Su Yen sitting cross-legged, Wu Yang did not rush forward. Instead, he watched carefully. Beside him, a disciple of the West Palace, Zhou Chen, a 5-line saint, saw Wu Yang hesitate and reminded him in a low voice, "Senior brother Wu, look at this kid's spiritual power fluctuations. He is only a 4-line saint. What is there to be afraid of?" A disciple of the Western Palace who was also a saint of the 5 bloodlines also chimed in, "That's right, Senior brother Wu. The phenomenon just now clearly came from here. It must be from this person. Senior brother Wu, let's go. What do you two know? Didn't you see the speed at which this kid is absorbing spiritual power?" Wu Yang heard their words and reprimanded them in a low voice. Only then did Zhou Chen and Zhou Chen notice the speed at which Su Yen was absorbing spiritual power. Spiritual power was originally an invisible thing. However, at this moment, they watched as Su Yen absorbed the surrounding spiritual power like a whirlpool, constantly surging into Su Yan's body. Zhou Chen and Lei Jun were shocked. Their jaws dropped, not daring to utter a single word as they waited for Wu Yang to speak. This person's cultivation speed is so shocking, but why is he only a 4-line saint? Wu Yang looked at Su Yen and could not help but frown. He naturally did not know that Su Yen had stepped into the legendary realm, and the difficulty of cultivation was dozens of times more difficult than ordinary people. It was not strange that he was only a 4-line saint. This person looks unfamiliar. He is obviously not from the West Palace. Wu Yang muttered in a low voice. After observing for a while and confirming that Su Yen was only a 4-line saint, he thought of the vision that had just happened here and stepped forward. Su Yen was recovering the spiritual power in his body. With the sword will in the red parting sword case and the rich spiritual power around him, he recovered quickly. In just a short while, he had recovered most of his spiritual power. Chapter 188. Who are you? Tell me your name. Wu Yang, who was dressed in white, asked as he looked at Su Yen with a cold expression. There was disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yen. This was the arrogance that belonged to a genius. Especially when he saw Su Yan's age, his disdain was even stronger. This was because to him, he was a genius, and Su Yen was just an ant. Not only him, but even the ordinary Zhou Chen and the graduate beside him looked at Su Yen with disdain because they were beside Wu Yang. "I am Su Yen, a disciple of the East Palace of Monster Palace. Su Yan did not care much about Wu Yang's attitude. Instead, he cupped his hands respectfully. A disciple of the East Palace? When Wu Yang heard Su Yan say his name, his eyes darkened as if he thought of something. His eyes moved again as he looked at Su Yan. He could not help but sneer. Disciple of the East Palace, Su Yan? You and I, the East and West Palaces, have never been on good terms. Why are you here? I'm just passing by. Although Su Yan's face was humble, his words were extremely casual. Wu Yang had his pride, and so did Su Yan. When Wu Yang and the other two came over, Su Yan had already seen their strength clearly. A 7 bloodline saint and 2 5 bloodline saints. Obviously, Su Yan's strength was pressuring him to face the 3 of them. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, the bloodthirsty blood in his heart was boiling. If it were not for the fact that Wu Yang was still young, Su Yan would not be so polite to him. Of course, being polite was just being polite. Su Yan would not let him off easily. Moreover, he was a 7 bloodline saint. This was a very rare opponent. At least for Su Yan's current strength, Su Yan really longed for an opponent who could match him, who could make his blood boil, who could let him fight to his heart's content. Therefore, Su Yan's attitude towards him was also filled with his own arrogance. If Wu Yang did not look for trouble, then he would let it go. If he wanted to make things difficult for himself, then Su Yan would not condone it. It was obvious that Wu Yang, who had always been a genius, had always thought highly of himself. Hearing Su Yan's tone, he immediately snorted and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant when you set foot in my West Palace?" When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Why do arrogant people always say that others are arrogant? Of course, Su Yan didn't say this to Wu Yang. He just smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm really just passing by. How can I be so arrogant?" "Who's your senior brother?" Without waiting for Wu Yang to speak, Zhou Chen and Graduate, who had been eyeing Su Yan covetously for a long time, shouted. "Aren't you?" Su Yan was not angry at their words. However, Su Yan knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Originally, Su Yan did not want to cause a commotion in the West Palace. After all, this was the West Palace's territory. If he fought here, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Su Yan longed for a strong opponent, but Su Yan did not have the tendency to torture himself. At the moment, as a 4 bloodline saint, Su Yan was confident that he could fight Wu Yang, who was a 7 bloodline saint. However, there were some experts of a higher level. That would be another matter. After all, the difference in strength was too great. If he encountered them, he would be courting death. "Since you're not my senior brother, how should I address the 3 of you?" Su Yan still maintained his indifferent expression. "Cut the crap. Su Yan, hand over the treasure just now and we'll spare your life today." Zhou Chen was obviously impatient. He did not continue to deal with Su Yan, but directly stated his intention of coming here. "Treasure?" Su Yan frowned slightly. Then, he recalled the light that the sky-crushing sword had burst out again and understood in his heart. Originally, Su Yan thought that this was the West Palace's territory and that the 3 of them had come here unintentionally to meet him. Since this was the West Palace's territory, Su Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. However, Su Yan now knew that if he could not take out a treasure that the 3 of them were interested in today, it would be difficult for him to avoid a fight. A fight that would be difficult to avoid. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but lick his lips. He did not waste any more time talking nonsense. Instead, he channeled the Virokana-colored glaze swordplay in his body and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to return to his peak state. When Zhou Chen and Graduate saw Su Yan's behavior, they were instantly enraged. However, the 2 of them knew that Wu Yang was their boss. They turned around and pointed at Su Yan and said to Wu Yang, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is extremely arrogant." "You see?" "Yes." Graduate also glared at Su Yan angrily and shouted, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is so arrogant." "You see?" Compared to the 2 of them, Wu Yang's face still maintained the same indifferent expression. However, the moment his eyes moved, there was a surge of murderous intent. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Su Yan, I don't know what treasure you took from the West Palace, but I advise you to hand it over obediently. I took a treasure from the West Palace? Su Yan could not stop himself from bursting into laughter. However, he did not explain himself. He knew that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well use this time to recover some of his strength. A 7-meridian saint was definitely a strong opponent. Although Su Yan was confident that he was invincible, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, this was a 7-meridian saint, which was 3 levels higher than him. Moreover, there were 2 5-meridian saints standing beside him. Su Yan, what are you trying to do? When Wu Yang saw that Su Yan actually ignored him, a fierce glint finally appeared on his calm face. Nothing. Su Yan smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 3 of them. Senior brothers, I, Su Yan, have already said that I am merely passing by this place. If you insist that I am here to take the Western Palace's treasure, what else can I do? Su Yan, stop pretending. We clearly saw the light of the treasure just now. How dare you deny it? Zhou Chen pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan could not be bothered to explain. He shook his head and sighed, "Sigh, what a joke. What a joke." Zhou Chen became even more furious when he saw Su Yan's attitude. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, you, a disciple of the East Palace, trespassed on the territory of the West Palace and took our treasure. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you. Zhou Chen said and looked back at Wu Yang. Wu Yang nodded. Zhou Chen's lips curled into an evil smile. He waved his hand and a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. Su Yan, we originally wanted to let you go after you hand over the treasure because we are all disciples of the Monster Palace. However, since you're courting death, don't blame me for what happens next. As he spoke, the spiritual energy emitted from Zhou Chen's body suddenly became like a straight line and quickly attacked Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled slightly. At the same time, the sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body was activated. With a wave of his hand, the saint veins in his body were activated and a powerful force surged out. Bang! It collided with the spiritual energy emitted by Zhou Chen and a loud explosion sounded in the void. What? Wu Yang, Zhou Chen, and Lei Jun were stunned by this simple clash of spiritual energy. In particular, Zhou Chen's face was full of surprise. This kid is only a saint with 4 veins. How can his spiritual energy be denser than mine? Senior brothers, I'm really just passing by. Su Yan looked at the surprised expressions of the 3 and smiled slightly. You are courting death. Zhou Chen's attack had failed, and he had even failed at the hands of someone lower than him. This was already a great humiliation, and when he heard Su Yan's words, he felt like Su Yan was mocking him. He was enraged. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his magic treasure. It was an iron chain. It was completely black, and every section of the iron chain faintly emitted a deep aura. Clearly, it was an extraordinary item. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Although he was a sword cultivator, he was also clear about the quality of magic treasures. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, the confident smile immediately returned to his face. Su Yan, this magic treasure of mine is called the Heaven Shackling Chain. Even a saint with 5 veins would find it difficult to resist. If you are afraid, kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Then, hand over the treasures you obtained in the Western Palace and I may spare your life. Su Yan was stunned when he heard Zhou Chen's words. He then shook his head and smiled. How ridiculous. I already said that I was just passing by. Why don't you believe me? Good, good. Zhou Chen nodded at Su Yan's words. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. Su Yan, since you are courting death, don't blame me. As he spoke, Zhou Chen waved the Heaven Shackling Chain in his hand. The Heaven Shackling Chain was an extraordinary item. In addition, Zhou Chen was a saint with 5 veins. If he was in other sects, he would be considered a genius of the generation. The moment the Heaven Shackling Chain was waved, there was a loud explosion in the void. It was so fast that it was faintly discernible. It attacked Su Yan directly like a long snake. Not bad, not bad. When Su Yan saw Zhou Chen's move, he couldn't help but praise him. You know it's not bad. Hurry up and die. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, he thought that Su Yan was afraid. A complacent smile immediately appeared on his face. Unfortunately, before he could fully smile, he heard Su Yan say, "Not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is a bit slow." What? When Zhou Chen heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt as if his chest was about to explode. An intense rage surged within him. He waved the heaven-binding chain and shouted, "Su Yan, go to hell. I already said that it's too slow." Su Yan looked at Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain and did not panic. His eyes narrowed as he jumped up and dodged Zhou Chen's attack. Plop! Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain missed and exploded on the ground with a loud explosion. Chapter 189. Speed and strength were relative. The stronger one was, the faster one's speed would be. However, every single one of Zhou Chen's attacks was dodged by Su Yan. Zhou Chen's attacks missed several times. If his opponent was stronger than him, he would have given up. However, his strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's by one level, but Su Yan dodged his attacks every time. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Zhou Chen's entire chest was about to explode. "Su Yan, I must kill you today." Zhou Chen growled and suddenly jumped up. His hands moved, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the heaven-shackling chain. The moment the spiritual energy fluctuated, it faintly emitted gusts of cold wind. Su Yan frowned slightly, and the corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. "Are you going to fight for real?" Zhou Chen's hands moved, and the heaven-shackling chain in his hand suddenly spun rapidly under the circulation of his spiritual energy. It formed a powerful hurricane that rushed toward Su Yan. "Heaven-shackling chain, everlasting storm." Zhou Chen shouted out loudly. His entire body immediately emitted a powerful radiance. The heaven-shackling chain started to revolve, forming a hurricane. In an instant, it erupted like a mountain flood and rapidly surged toward Su Yan. Its speed was simply not something that Zhou Chen's previous ordinary attack could compare with. Su Yan die. After exploding with his proud move, Zhou Chen immediately revealed a sinister smile. However, Su Yan looked at the everlasting storm without any change in his expression. If there was anything, it was only the red light that was emitted from his eyes. "Everlasting storm is indeed powerful, but it's still useless against me." Su Yan sneered, and his body suddenly exploded. At the same time, the ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. In an instant, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. It spun like a whirlwind in Su Yan's hand, emitting a mournful ghost howl. The black sword light emitted under the scorching sun. Bang! With a loud bang, the boundless storm collided and was actually blocked by Su Yan's ghost howl. What? Zhou Chen was stunned. His proud move was blocked by Su Yan just like that. How is this possible? How did he block it? He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Graduate, who was beside him, was also surprised. Only Wu Yang was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yan block Zhou Chen's attack, but he quickly regained his composure. "What other moves do you have?" Su Yan actually managed to block the everlasting storm that Zhou Chen had unleashed. He asked with a devilish smile. Zhou Chen was almost driven crazy by Su Yan. This Su Yan was clearly weaker than him. However, why was it that Su Yan was able to dodge all of his attacks? Zhou Chen was confident that even those at the same level as him would not be able to take the everlasting storm head-on. How could Su Yan possibly do that? Arrogant fool, have a taste of my phantom gold lock. After hearing Zhou Chen's angry roar, Graduate instantly came to his senses. With a roar, he took out his magic treasure and attacked Su Yan. Obviously, Graduate was slightly stronger than Zhou Chen. The phantom gold lock was a huge golden lock. The moment it was taken out, it exploded with a dazzling light. Not only that, but Graduate was also much faster than Zhou Chen. With a leap, the spirit energy in his body surged. In an instant he was in front of Su Yan. The phantom gold lock in his hand slammed down, directly smashing down on Su Yan's head. "Die!" Graduate had already recognized Su Yan's terrifying speed when he watched the battle between Su Yan and Zhou Qin. Originally, he didn't plan to hit Su Yan with this move. However, when he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he sneered. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 4 cultivators of Dharma treasures. Every Dharma treasure had its own characteristics. The sky shackling chain could bind people. Graduate's phantom gold lock was above strength. When it smashed down, it would be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even if Su Yan were to receive his phantasmal golden lock head-on, he was confident that he would be able to teach him a lesson. Just now, he was still worried that Su Yan would dodge with his terrifying speed. Now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he was naturally happy. Seeing that the phantom gold lock was about to hit Su Yan, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Graduate's mouth. Bang! However, at this moment, Su Yan slowly raised his hand. The ghost howl sword in his hand blocked the phantom gold lock. The collision of the phantom gold lock and the ghost howl sword caused a huge energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Graduate was stunned when he saw that Su Yan had blocked his phantom gold lock attack. However, he quickly reacted. The spirit energy in his body surged, and the phantom gold lock suddenly flowed out. It suppressed Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not move at all. With a faint smile on his face, he raised his hand and waved. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy burst out. Graduate had always been proud of the power of the phantom gold lock. However, under Su Yan's majestic spirit energy, he suddenly felt a huge pain in his arm. Bang! With another loud sound, his entire body suddenly flew backward. He staggered a few steps on the ground before coming to a stop. How is this possible? How is your strength greater than mine? Graduate looked at Su Yan with shock in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhou Chen's figure suddenly rushed out. He waved the heavenly chain in his hand and pounced on Su Yan. The heavenly chain exuded an awe-inspiring aura. In a short period of time, it wrapped around Su Yan like a snake. Graduate, let's attack together. If we don't kill this kid today, we won't be able to resolve the hatred in our hearts. Zhou Chen seemed to have admitted that he was not a match for Su Yan. The moment he attacked Su Yan, he shouted to Graduate. When Graduate heard Zhou Chen's words, he suddenly understood. He was not a match for Su Yan alone. If the two of them joined forces, let's see if Su Yan still dared to be so arrogant. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Graduate growled. Suddenly, he waved the phantom gold lock and pounced on Su Yan. The two of them attacked together. Their attacks were much stronger than before. Moreover, it was obviously not the first time that the two of them worked together. One retreated while the other advanced. There were no flaws. The heavenly chain wrapped around Su Yan, and the phantom gold lock followed closely behind. Die, Su Yan! Zhou Chen and Graduate shouted at the same time. Su Yan looked at their ferocious expressions and smiled. He clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy surged out. The ghost howl sword immediately emitted a roar. At the same time, a black gas condensed from the ghost howl sword. Seeing Zhou Chen and Graduate approaching, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Rumble. A powerful explosion burst out. Ghost howl sword, wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan shouted and immediately slashed the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, the ghost howl sounded again and again. Black gas filled the air. In an instant, it condensed into a huge ghost head. With a low roar, the huge ghost head attacked Zhou Chen and Graduate. Not good. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw such a powerful move, they were shocked and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the ghost head was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. The two of them could not dodge at all. The two of them could only hurriedly withdraw their magic treasures to protect their bodies. Bang! The huge ghost head suddenly collided with the two of them. The two of them howled at the same time. Their bodies flew backward at the same time and fell to the ground with a bang. Although this move caused them to be seriously injured, it made them extremely embarrassed. Their faces were covered in dust and their clothes were tattered. Su Yan. The two of them looked at each other with anger in their eyes. They raised their magic treasures and were about to attack Su Yan again. At this moment, Wu Yang, who had been standing on the side and had not made a move or said anything, suddenly flashed and blocked in front of the two of them. Senior brother Wu. The two of them could not help but be stunned when they saw Wu Yang blocking in front of them. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Two saints of the 5 bloodlines were forced to this point by a saint of the 4 bloodlines. How can you still have the face to fight? Wu Yang raised his eyebrows and said coldly without even looking at the two of them. When the two of them heard Wu Yang's words, they immediately blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Yang did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, I have to admire you. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, you actually forced Zhou Chen and Wen Li to this point. It's finally the real thing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. He only looked at the dazzling light condensing in Wu Yang's eyes and thought to himself. Wu Yang did not get angry when he saw that Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he continued, Su Yan, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you are only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. As he spoke, a burst of powerful spirit chi suddenly surged from Wu Yang's body, emitting a dazzling light. The moment the spirit chi surged, it quickly revolved around Wu Yang's body and headed straight for Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Wu Yang's spirit chi was much stronger than Zhou Chen and Wen Li's spirit chi. It must be known that in the Saint bloodline realm, the difference between each bloodline was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Wu Yang's spiritual energy was at least dozens of times greater than Zhou Chen's and Li Jun's. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual energy, Wu Yang couldn't help but take a few steps back. He quickly circulated his cultivation method, and his spiritual energy erupted. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. A saint of the 7 bloodlines is indeed not something a saint of the 5 bloodlines can compare to. Su Yan looked at Wu Yang and licked his lips. Feeling the powerful force, he was not afraid at all. Instead, the blood in his heart began to boil. Su Yan, I admire you. It's because I admire you that you must die today. Chapter 190. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. Wu Yang bellowed coldly. Suddenly, his figure surged forward at a speed far faster than both Zhou Chen and Li Jun. Like a bolt of lightning, he slapped his palm towards Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be slightly careless. After all, Wu Yang was a 7-meridian saint, a full 3 meridian more than Su Yan. Whether it was in terms of speed, density of spirit chi, or strength, Wu Yang far surpassed Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Wu Yang's attack coming, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and Wu Yang's speed immediately slowed down. Taking advantage of this slow speed, Su Yan hurriedly controlled the sword dragon and quickly swept backwards, avoiding Wu Yang's attack. Not bad. Having seen Su Yan's speed that did not match his strength, Wu Yang was not surprised that Su Yan could avoid this move. He only smiled coldly and moved his body in midair, slapping his palm towards Su Yan's chest. Su Yan saw that the blood dragon pupil shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. Xiao, Wu Yang's palm swept past Su Yan's side. Su Yan was secretly shocked. This 7-meridian saint is really strong. If I only rely on the blood dragon pupil to dodge, I will definitely not be his match. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of a 7-meridian saint. If he only relied on speed to dodge, he would definitely be at a disadvantage within 3 rounds. Of course, Su Yan was shocked, but there was not a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes were like torches. When Wu Yang attacked again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. At that moment, several flying swords suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body. The flying swords were like lightning. After attacking, they suddenly flashed and directly attacked Wu Yang. Wu Yang never expected that Su Yan would burst out with so many flying swords. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. Unfortunately, Su Yan's flying swords caught him off guard. Although Wu Yang's speed was amazing, he was still a bit slower. Whoosh! A flying sword directly cut through the clothes on Wu Yang's shoulder. Wu Yang looked at the torn pieces of his clothes, and killing intent surged in his eyes. What a Su Yan! What a Su Yan! Be careful! Just as Wu Yang was still angry about his clothes being torn, Zhou Chen and the other two hurriedly reminded him. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand and leaped down from the sky. His body was like a great rock as the ghost howl sword in his hand emitted countless rumbling sounds and instantly pierced towards Wu Yang's head. Wu Yang was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his storage bag and hurriedly summoned his sword, waving it to block Su Yan's attack. Clang! The two swords collided, and suddenly there was a burst of energy fluctuation. Zhou Chen and the other two standing at the side couldn't help but retreat a little. The two collided and immediately separated. Wu Yang raised the sword in his hand and looked at Su Yan, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to force me to use the spirit crossing sword. Very good, very good. Obviously, Wu Yang was the same as Su Yan, a sword cultivator. Su Yan's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were still filled with the resplendent light. Die! Wu Yang roared, and the majestic spirit qi in his body surged. The next moment, he held the spirit crossing sword in his hand and attacked Su Yan. The speed of the 7 meridians saint was fully displayed here. The spirit crossing sword was like a long snake as it surged out. The surrounding air immediately filled with a series of rumbling sounds. Su Yan frowned, but his speed wasn't slow. The spirit qi in his body surged, and his body suddenly met Wu Yang's attack. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved out, and countless black sword shadows burst out. Bang! The two swords collided, and once again there was a terrifying explosion. Both of them were sword cultivators. Wu Yang relied on his strength, and the spirit crossing sword in his hand flashed out, as fast as lightning. Although Su Yan's strength was a little weaker than Wu Yang's, Su Yan relied on the special effect of the blood dragon pupil, and the speed that Su Yan was proud of, so he wasn't slower than Wu Yang. The ghost howl sword constantly blocked Wu Yang's attacks. After a few rounds, although Su Yan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to stand in an invincible position. Su Yan, you must die today. At this time, Wu Yang's attack had erupted to the extreme. The spirit qi in his body burst out and swept up Su Yan. The powerful spirit qi pressure and the majestic spirit qi that was 3 meridians higher than Su Yan's instantly surged onto Su Yan's body. Under the powerful spirit qi pressure, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, and Su Yan also slowed down a little. And it was because of this delay. Wu Yang's spirit crossing sword had already closed in and directly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. A 7 meridian saint is indeed powerful. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword to protect his chest. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several meters away. Not only that, Wu Yang's attack didn't stop. Wu Yang's body suddenly leaped up, waving the spirit crossing sword in his hand. In an instant, there was a sound, and the surrounding air seemed to condense together. Die, Su Yan, Sword King Chop. Wu Yang roared, and the spirit crossing sword in his hand instantly slashed horizontally. Rumble! At the moment when the spirit crossing sword slashed horizontally, there was suddenly a burst of roars, and the whole sky seemed to have darkened. A powerful qi energy erupted from the spirit crossing sword. It formed a huge wave of spirit qi that directly hit Su Yan. The speed was swift and violent, and was not the slightest bit weaker than the tsunami that Su Yan encountered in the dock. The moment the qi energy surged, there was suddenly a burst of sand and stones, like a tornado. Sword King Chop. Su Yan frowned slightly, and didn't have time to think, and quickly operated the great sun-colored glass sword manual. With a bang, a golden light flashed, and fell from head to toe, wrapping Su Yan in it. Bang! At the moment when Su Yan's invincible golden body leaped up, Wu Yang's attack had already exploded on Su Yan's body, and suddenly there was a surge of fog wrapping Su Yan in it. Looking at the surging fog, the corners of Wu Yang's mouth rose slightly. You overestimate yourself, so what if you're strong after all? You're a saint with 4 bloodlines. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw the mist, they laughed happily. Haha, brat, you're arrogant, you're arrogant. And just when they all thought that Su Yan would definitely be injured or killed by this move, a bright light flashed. Suddenly there was a burst of bright light in the fog, and suddenly a scarlet light surged out, attacking Wu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Wu Yang was shocked and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the red light was too fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Bang! The red light directly exploded on Wu Yang's body. Although it didn't kill Wu Yang, it pierced a huge hole in Wu Yang's white clothes. The fog gradually fell, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. What? How is this possible? How is he not dead? When Zhou Chen and graduates saw Su Yan's figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Wu Yang's face didn't change, from the murderous intent surging in his eyes, he was obviously surprised that Su Yan could dodge his sword King Chop. Su Yan, you're really something, Wu Yang said coldly, and suddenly he raised the spirit crossing sword in his hand to attack Su Yan. Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this. As he spoke, the sword flashed and arrived in front of Su Yan. Ghost Howl Sword, Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Seeing Wu Yang's attack, Su Yan's eyes turned, and he quickly circulated his cultivation method. Countless amounts of spirit power surged out and passed into the Ghost Howl Sword. Suddenly, ghost howls sounded, and a black fog surged, forming a huge ghost head that attacked Wu Yang. Su Yan, do you think this will work? Wu Yang had just seen Su Yan use the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts sword technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. He didn't panic either, and he sneered and waved the spirit crossing sword in his hand. His whole body rotated, forming a hurricane that directly hit the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Su Yan was expressionless as he looked at Wu Yang. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and his body suddenly rushed out. The spirit power in his body suddenly surged out, and a green flame suddenly attacked and burned Wu Yang's body. Wu Yang didn't expect Su Yan to emit such a flame, and the high temperature immediately roasted Wu Yang. Fortunately, Wu Yang was a saint of the 7 bloodlines. When the flame burned on his body, Wu Yang instantly dispersed the spirit power in his body and extinguished the flame. However, his clothes were burned black and white, which made him look very ugly and extremely embarrassed. The scorching heat from earlier had caused Wu Yang to endure quite a bit of pain, causing Wu Yang's previously unmoving face to appear slightly exhausted. Su Yan, you actually have the heavenly fire. Wu Yang stared at Su Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang's words, but carefully observed Wu Yang. After using the sword technique twice and the invincible golden body once, the spirit power in Su Yan's body also fell into a state of exhaustion. This saint of the 7 bloodlines is really capable. If I continue like this, I will definitely lose. Su Yan thought to himself. Without waiting for Wu Yang to make the first move, he held the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and attacked Wu Yang first. Seeing this, Wu Yang shouted coldly, "You're courting death." He raised the spirit crossing sword in his hand and followed Su Yan. Suddenly, the sword light flashed in the void above. Go to hell. Wu Yang swept his sword and slashed towards Su Yan. It was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan wasn't slow either, and quickly raised his sword to block. Su Yan, you think this is it? When Wu Yang saw Su Yan raise his sword to block, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sneer. The spirit crossing sword that was chopping down on Su Yan suddenly changed direction and swept towards the other side of Su Yan's body.